With your certified most accurate forecast, this is a Fox 54 Weather Impact Alert.
Hey, good afternoon, Tennessee Valley. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman, joined alongside meteorologist Emily Owen to provide you team coverage as we progress further and further into this Saturday afternoon. Emily continues to stand by and monitor a line of very strong and severe thunderstorms that are currently pushing their way through northeast Mississippi. I want to show you exactly what it is she's tracking. So if we could come just straight to me, that would be much appreciated. I'll show you what Emily's been watching here over the last little bit. Intense showers and thunderstorms that are currently pushing their way through northeast Mississippi. This activity does have a history of producing embedded tornadoes as it's continued to move its way through the state of Mississippi here over the last 15 or 20 minutes, slowly beginning to cross the Alabama-Mississippi state line. Currently, a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for Lauderdale, Cobbart, and Franklin County. That severe thunderstorm warning is going to run until 1:45 this afternoon. Right now, the biggest concern is going to be the threat for gusty, damaging winds, wind gusts in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour. We're also going to be talking about some flash flooding, especially across northwest Alabama, as this line of showers and thunderstorms begins to push its way into Florence, down into Russellville, into the Shoals. Folks in Red Bay, that right on the state line there, we're going to begin to talk about that threat for some flash flooding across the Tennessee Valley. After we got a significant amount of rain early this morning, a lot more rain than we actually thought we would get across the Tennessee Valley. So the flooding concern is going to be a much bigger concern than we originally thought it was going to be. And then, of course, we are talking about the threat for an embedded tornado as well. Again, this line of showers and thunderstorms back across northeast Mississippi does have a history of producing embedded tornadoes. All of this activity is associated with a cold front. Cold front still back off to the west, but look at this incredibly robust line of showers and thunderstorms currently pushing its way through the state of Mississippi, eventually going to push its way into northwest Alabama here sooner rather than later, and then it's going to continue to push its way through the Tennessee Valley. And from there, we're going to continue to talk about the threat for some significant severe weather across the Tennessee Valley. Just a little while ago, a tornado watch was issued for all of North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. Now, this comes with a PDS tag. What is a PDS tag? Well, PDS stands for particularly dangerous situation. That means we're talking about atmospheric conditions that are such that we could get some violent long-track tornadoes to develop out of these showers and thunderstorms across all of North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. Now, the definition of a violent tornado would be one whose intensity is at least that of an EF2. So across North Alabama, this PDS tornado watch is going to run until 8 p.m., but our southern Middle Tennessee counties were just added to this tornado watch no more than 10 minutes ago, and I believe the tornado watch for our southern Middle Tennessee counties still comes with the PDS tag. I believe for southern Middle Tennessee, that tornado watch is going to run until 9 p.m. Remember, we talked about this on Facebook early this morning. The high risk was extended into North Alabama a little further yesterday. It only included the southern portion of Coleman County. Now, at this point, that high risk encompasses most locations south of the Tennessee River. And then the rest of the Tennessee Valley, North Alabama, up into southern Middle Tennessee, talking about the moderate risk for severe weather. But again, it doesn't really matter whether you find yourself under the moderate risk or the high risk for severe weather. You just need to understand that. Yes, ma'am. So brand new tornado warning going to be issued here in just a couple of minutes. Let me switch over my graphics and we'll take you over to the radar so we can begin to talk about this tornado warning. So what was supposed to be just a brief little update is now going to be the beginnings of our severe weather coverage. So if you'll just pardon me for just a second, just needed to switch my graphics over so we can talk about this. So we were just talking a couple of seconds ago, literally just a couple of seconds ago, that this line of showers and thunderstorms across northeast Mississippi had the ability to produce a couple of tornadoes. And there you can see that brand new tornado warning that is in effect for Franklin County, almost in the exact same spot that it was in really early this morning. Remember early this morning, maybe a lot of you actually slept through it. We had that tornado warning that was issued right around 2:45. Well, now we're talking about a brand new tornado warning in effect for Franklin County, and it looks like that is going to carry us through 2:15. So it's right around 1:36 in the afternoon. So brand new tornado warning that is in effect for Franklin County in northwest Alabama, and that is going to carry us through 2:15. Emily, I'm going to go ahead and assume that this is a radar indicated tornado warning. So nothing confirmed on the ground. Now, this storm has been showing some very interesting signatures. I've had Emily really paying super close attention to this really specific storm, probably over the last 45 minutes or an hour, because it has been showing some really interesting radar signatures. We've been looking at a couple of different products that have been giving some pretty clear indications that we're potentially talking about. At one point, we're potentially talking about a tornado that was on the ground back across northeast Mississippi. So I tell you that to tell you that this is a storm we're going to continue to watch very closely. So, brand new tornado warning in effect for Franklin County. This is just Franklin County in northwest Alabama. That tornado warning is going to run until 2:15 this afternoon. Again, this is just radar indicated. We have no confirmed reports of anything on the ground. I want to zoom things in. I want to look at some of our radar products and see what we can see. Now, the one thing Emily and I have also been noticing here over the last 20 or 30 minutes is that the velocity image here has been looking incredibly messy. If you're in Red Bay, I want you to get into your tornado safe place. If you're in Russellville, I also want you to get into your tornado safe place. Now, if you're in Phil Campbell, right? If you're in Phil Campbell, technically just out of the tornado warning, but I would like you to get into your tornado safe place because you're just barely on the outside of the tornado warning, right? So let's play it safe then sorry this afternoon, especially because we're talking about an environment that is conducive for the development of potentially violent long track tornadoes. So if you're in Phil Campbell, I want you to go ahead and get into your tornado safe place. If you're in Russellville, you're included within the tornado warning. So you definitely need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Red Bay, I know we have a few viewers out in Red Bay right there on the state line. Again, really need to be in your tornado safe place. So again, brand new tornado warning in effect for Franklin County in northwest Alabama. That tornado warning is going to run until 2:15 this afternoon. Radar indicated. We have no confirmed reports of anything on the ground. Let's go and look at our velocity imagery. I want to see if we can pinpoint any clear, obvious signs of a little bit of rotation. So we're going to put on our velocity image. And here, if we look just here, and it kind of gets messy here right along the border, I don't see any clear identifying signs of really solid rotation. But there is another product that we can look at that would give us a pretty good idea. And so I have a feeling we're going to be looking here to the south. And I'll go ahead and circle this for you. This is going to be right around Fulton, Mississippi. So here's Fulton, Mississippi. This is northeast Mississippi. And then we have Franklin County here where the tornado warning is in effect. There is a fair amount of really good wind shear that I think we're going to want to pay attention to. Emily, do we know how fast this storm is moving?
45 miles per hour.
And I'm going to go ahead and assume that it's moving to the northeast.
Yes.
So moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. So I'm going to go ahead and bet that this is going to be our area of interest here. I've kind of drawn it. It's not the greatest looking circle in the world, but you get the picture. We're talking about an area of increased wind shear where you kind of get into some of the brighter greens, getting into some of the darker reds. Radar Loop just updated, as a matter of fact, in that wind shear. We kind of just saw an uptick in the amount of wind shear. Now, wind shear is a really good tool to tell us if we're talking about any rotation. Wind shear is a change in wind speed, but most importantly, it is a change in wind direction as we go up in altitude. So the greater the wind shear, the higher the likelihood that we could be talking about something tornadic across the area. So this is definitely an area we're going to want to continue to watch. And I want to hold the circle there for just a second. Still don't see a lot of impressive indicators as far as the velocity image is concerned. What we'd be talking about here at this point is we would just be talking about probably some really broad rotation within this, but what I bet they're going to be focused on is the wind shear. Now, I also think, for whatever it's worth, these storms also have a history of producing a little bit of hail. Yeah, so if we look at our hail swath all the way back a little further into northeast Mississippi, these storms do have a history of producing a little bit of hail. So also something we're going to want to continue to pay attention to. Not only are we talking about the threat for gusty, damaging winds, wind gusts in excess of 60, 70, maybe upwards of 75 or even 80 miles per hour on an extreme local level, but we're also going to be talking about a concern for hail as the main part of this storm continues to push its way into northwest Alabama. Now, I don't think the core of this storm, I don't think our area of interest has yet moved into Franklin County, but let me go ahead and zoom this out and see if I can put an acceptable track on this, and I'm actually going to switch this over to the shear rate so I can kind of try and pinpoint this just a little bit better. Okay, so now I know where I'm going to start as far as my reference point is concerned, and Emily told me that this was moving at about 45 miles per hour to the northeast. So we're going to start it right about here on the state line, and let's drag this out, moving at 45 miles per hour. And this should give us a list of some cities. So going to be in Vina within the next 10 minutes. So if you're in Vina, you definitely need to consider getting into your tornado safe place and then continuing to push its way to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour within the next 14 minutes. Looks like it's going to be in Atwood. So if you're in Atwood, I want you to get into your tornado safe place. Going to be in Dempsey within the next 23 minutes. So again, need to think about getting into your tornado safe place, especially if you're in Vina. Now, if you're in Atwood, if you're in Dempsey, you've got a couple of more minutes within the next 23 minutes in Dempsey. But again, you really want to be prepared, okay? You want to be prepared, get into the lowest, most interior room of your home, right? That typically would be a closet. I had somebody on my Facebook earlier today ask me if a closet under the stairs would be a good place to go when you're talking about a tornado warning. Yes, it certainly would. A closet under the stairs definitely really going to be a good option. So you want to make sure you're in the lowest, most interior room of your home. A lot of times that can be some sort of a bathroom. You could put yourself in the tub, and then of course make sure to cover your head. We've been talking a lot about bike helmets over the last couple of days, so you want to make sure you cover your head. A lot of times within the new construction homes, a pantry is typically a really good option. Those are typically really solid interior options. They almost never have any sort of exterior walls. So the pantry would be a really good option. A lot of times, like a laundry room is going to be a really good option, or even a bedroom closet is going to be a really good option as far as a low-level interior room of your home. And this is assuming you don't have a basement or you don't have some sort of storm shelter at your own house. Then your next best option is going to be the lowest, most interior room of your house. Getting into Vina within the next 9 minutes, Atwood within the next 13 minutes, and then we're looking at Dempsey there within the next 22 minutes. So, going to continue to follow this storm incredibly close. I'm going to take that track off here just real quick, and I want to switch it back over to our velocity image. Again, still not looking at anything too impressive as far as the velocity image is concerned. We're definitely talking about some really gusty winds here, where you can kind of see the bright greens really beginning to light up. At that point, we're talking about wind gusts. Definitely looking at the wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles per hour. Now, I want to reiterate that we have no confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground. This is simply radar indicated. And the one product that would almost kind of give it away has definitely been the shear rate over the last couple of minutes. You can see that area of increased wind shear now beginning to move its way into northwest Alabama, beginning to move its way into Franklin County. Again, if you're in Russellville, definitely want you to be in your tornado safe place, because you're right on the edge of this tornado warning, including most of Franklin County. So if you're just joining us this afternoon, tornado warning in effect for Franklin County. That tornado warning is going to run until 2:15 this afternoon. Again, tornado warning for Franklin County. That's going to run until 2:15 this afternoon. We're talking about a lot of very impressive wind shear associated with this storm. And so that's something I want to continue to pay attention to, because when you've got some impressive wind shear, you've got a lot of natural spin in the atmosphere, right? So when storms are able to tap into the instability and they're able to tap into a lot of that natural spin that's already present within the atmosphere, you're talking about conditions that are rather conducive for a tornado to develop. So something we want to continue to watch. And then I was pointing it out just a few minutes ago. This storm also does have a history of producing a little bit of hail. You can kind of see that swath of hail that's been produced as this storm has continued to push its way through northeast Mississippi, just south of Pontotoc, kind of through Tupelo, Mississippi. Fulton, Mississippi would be right around here. This storm does have a history of producing a little bit of hail. So certainly something that we want to be certainly want to be mindful of. So let's just look at the entire Tennessee Valley as a whole just real quick. So we still have the severe thunderstorm warning. Now, it was supposed to expire at 1:45. I have a feeling that the severe thunderstorm warning was probably continued. As a matter of fact, if I just click on it, yeah, the severe thunderstorm warning for Colbert County, and therefore Lauderdale County as well, and Franklin County, was continued until 2:30. So we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin County. That's going to run until 2:30 this afternoon. And then we have the tornado warning that is in effect for just Franklin County. That is going to run until 2:15. So currently it's 1:47 in the afternoon. That tornado warning is going to be with us for about another half hour. Now, as far as a line of severe thunderstorms is concerned, this line of storms is actually moving kind of slow. Emily was telling us a little while ago that this line of showers and thunderstorms is only moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So this isn't a very quick moving batch of showers and thunderstorms. To put that into a little bit of perspective, the last time we were talking about severe weather across the Tennessee Valley, showers and thunderstorms that were producing tornado warnings or storms that had tornadoes possible were moving at somewhere between 55 and 65 miles per hour. So you look at these storms, and these storms are moving considerably slower, which is going to introduce a flooding threat to the Tennessee Valley as these storms push their way first through northwest Alabama, Lauderdale, Colbert, down into Franklin County. We're going to be talking about a serious flooding concern, especially when you think about the amount of rain we got across the Tennessee Valley very, very early this morning. We ended up getting much more rain than we actually thought we would get. So we've actually had a flooding concern across the area since the earliest hours of the morning. So now when you're talking about a storm that's only moving at about 45 miles per hour and you're throwing in some pockets of incredibly heavy rainfall, that means flash flooding could develop rather quickly. So if you live in a low-lying area or an area that is especially prone to flooding, that's something you're going to want to be mindful of because we're talking about some incredibly impressive rain rates. So I do believe that flash flooding is going to be a really big concern here over the next several hours as showers and thunderstorms continue to push into the Tennessee Valley. Right now, the heaviest of these storms hanging out across northwest Alabama, Lauderdale, Colbert, down into Franklin County, where we have the severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning running until 2:30 this afternoon. And then we have the tornado warning currently in effect for Franklin County in northwest Alabama, and that's going to carry us through till about 2:15. So let's go back to some of our velocity images. Let's see how this storm is looking as far as radar products are concerned. And so I want to scoot over here. Looks like the strongest part of the storm actually moving through Red Bay. I want to put on the lightning tracker, and I bet there's a lot of lightning associated with this storm, which would be an indicator of its strength. Yeah, so there's a lot of lightning on here, and I can understand how this is going to look distracting. But I just want you to understand, and then I'll turn this back off. I want you to understand that there is a lot of lightning within this storm. And when you're talking about a storm that comes with as much lightning as we're talking about here, literally right over Red Bay, just beginning to push its way into Russellville. Now, if you're in Russellville, I want you to be in your tornado safe place. When you're talking about a storm that comes with this much lightning, you're actually talking about an incredibly powerful thunderstorm that is currently moving, especially through Franklin County in northwest Alabama, where we have that tornado warning that, again, is going to be with us until 2:15 this afternoon. So a lot of lightning. Again, this storm does have a history of producing a little bit of hail, so that's something we're going to want to be mindful of. I haven't heard reports of just how big the hail has been, but nonetheless, this storm is capable of producing a fair amount of hail. So a lot of concerns actually with this line of showers and thunderstorms that's moving through northwest Alabama. We have the obvious threat of a possible tornado. No confirmed reports that a tornado was on the ground. So definitely a little bit of good news there, but we have the obvious threat that tornadoes could develop out of this line of showers and thunderstorms. But then we're also talking about a hail threat. We're talking about the gusty, damaging winds in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour. And then at the same time, we're also talking about frequent lightning. And then we're going to add on the flooding threat because these storms are only moving to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. So as far as a storm speed is concerned, these storms are actually moving somewhat slowly, which means they're going to dump a lot of rain over a very short period of time because the storms aren't moving all that fast. So once again, flash flooding is going to be a really big concern, especially considering the amount of rain that we got this morning across the Tennessee Valley. So once again, if I look at the velocity image, and the velocity imagery kind of tends to be on the messier end of the spectrum when you kind of get into this weird area where you're kind of on the border of Alabama and Mississippi. We're using a radar out of Columbus, Mississippi, because it's actually the closest radar to this point. But even here along the border, the velocity image really isn't just coming in all that great. So what we're going to use and what we're kind of going to rely on to show us that this storm is holding itself together, we're going to look at the shear rate. And the shear rate kind of looks like it's dropped off here over the last couple of minutes. It's not looking as impressive as it once was, but we're still looking at a very powerful thunderstorm. We're still looking at a thunderstorm that is capable of producing a tornado. Now, we do have a tornado watch that is in effect for all of North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee, and that comes with the particularly dangerous situation tag. What does that mean? Well, that means we're talking about atmospheric conditions that are set up in such a way that it's possible that we could get some violent long-track tornadoes to develop across the Tennessee Valley as we head into the middle and later part of the afternoon. We're only just now approaching 2 o'clock, and we're talking about thunderstorms that could stick with us through the duration of the afternoon and then even as we head into the evening. And again, the threat is going to be there all afternoon and all evening for violent long-track tornadoes. The threat is going to be there for gusty, damaging winds, wind gusts in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour. We're going to continue to talk about the flooding threat. And as long as these storms are able to develop tall enough, we're going to continue to talk about the hail threat across the Tennessee Valley. So look at this. This is a lot of activity. I want to kind of zoom things out a little bit, and I can kind of show you what we're working with. Now, the radar product is not going to be as great as you get down here further from the Columbus, Mississippi radar, but we are talking about a lot of activity, and a lot of this comes with some sort of a warning, a number of different tornado warnings, a number of different severe thunderstorm warnings, and a lot of this activity is going to continue to draw to the northeast over the next several hours. So it's going to move east-northeast over the next several hours, eventually going to push its way into northeast Alabama. So there's still a lot to go. That's why I zoom this out this far. That's why I show you this, because I kind of want to show you that this is just the beginning of what is going to be an incredibly active afternoon across the Tennessee Valley. And we're going to be with you through the entirety of it. We're going to continue to track the showers and thunderstorms that move through the Tennessee Valley. We're going to continue to pay attention, especially to the storms that are capable of producing a tornado, like the storm that we currently have moving through Franklin County in northwest Alabama. Don't want anybody to get confused with Franklin County up in southern Middle Tennessee. We're currently talking about Franklin County in northwest Alabama. So, tornado warning in effect until 2:15 is how long that tornado warning is going to run. And again, this is still just Franklin County in northwest Alabama. The storm's moving rather slow, so it hasn't been extended into any other counties just yet. And then, of course, we're talking about the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin counties. And I believe the severe thunderstorm warning I told you earlier was going to run until 2:30 in the afternoon for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin County. These storms moving to the northwest at about 45 miles per hour, which, again, is actually kind of slow for a storm, which is why we're going to continue to talk about the continued flooding threat. So just want to zoom in here, beginning to see a little bit of rain develop in Decatur, Priceville, down to Hartselle. As a matter of fact, along the I-65 corridor in general, Athens down to Decatur, beginning to see a couple of sprinkles. Definitely talking about some heavier rain beginning to move into Florence and into the Shoals, probably talking about a little bit of lightning up there as well, though the heaviest part of this storm is still back off to the west of Florence and Muscle Shoals, but they are beginning to see a little bit of lightning develop, though back just 5 to 10 minutes back off to the west is the strongest part of this storm. So if you're in Florence or Muscle Shoals, you're not included in the tornado warning, but you are included in the severe thunderstorm warning. So understand that while things might seem loud right now in the Shoals, things are probably going to get louder here within the next 5 or 10 minutes. We're going to talk about the potential for a little bit of hail. I want to see if the northern portion of this storm, so the northern portion of the storm doesn't necessarily have the history of producing the hail that the southern portion of the storm is producing. But understand we're still going to be talking about some very gusty winds here beginning to move into the Shoals over the next couple of minutes, frequent thunder and lightning. And again, we're going to continue to talk about the threat for some flash flooding. So back down here to our tornado warned storm. Again, tornado warning in effect for Franklin County. That's going to run until 2:15 this afternoon. This is radar indicated. This is a very powerful thunderstorm. Look at this. There is a lot of lightning associated with this storm. And typically when you get this sort of a serious uptick in the amount of lightning, that's how you can tell that you're talking about a very powerful thunderstorm. Now, we had some impressive lightning across the Tennessee Valley early this morning, but a number of the storms we had early this morning didn't even come with severe thunderstorm warnings. So I want to try and put that into a little bit of perspective for you that, we're talking about tornado-warned storms that have a lot of lightning associated with them. So you kind of want to make sure you're away from windows. I know curiosity tends to get the best of us, and you kind of want to look outside. You kind of want to see what's going on. But when you're talking about lightning of this magnitude, you certainly don't want to be next to any windows. So, and plus, if you're included in the tornado warning in general, you should be in your tornado safe place, right? There's certainly no reason to be next to any windows. So let's zoom in here. Let's zoom in on Franklin County. So here's Russellville. If you're in Russellville, you're beginning to see the heaviest part of this storm move into your neck of the woods. So we're kind of looking at Red Bay kind of beginning to quiet down a little bit down towards Vina. And then here just to the north of Vina, the population gets much lower in this portion of Franklin County. So as far as incorporated areas in this portion of Franklin County, there really aren't a lot. So you get to the west of Russellville, and we're talking about some incredibly heavy rain. This could lead to some rapid flash flooding, especially there in Franklin County. So definitely something we want to continue to pay attention to. Just going through our radar products now, the shear really not looking all that impressive. Emily, do we have any updates from the National Weather Service?
So the only updates that we have so far from this is Marion County, which is bordering Franklin County. Franklin County Fire Unit, they were reporting that they saw rotation on Highway 19 and Pilot Hill from the storm that has now exited Marion County. So if I had to bet, they probably will go ahead and expire Itawamba County from this, which is the county that borders Alabama and the Mississippi state line. And of course, this thing has been, cycling back and forth. That's why the National Weather Service, they have gone ahead and issued this specific tornado warning for Franklin County, because we've been watching this all the way back from Fulton, Mississippi, and it strengthens, then it weakens, and then you see it strengthen again, and then it weakens. It's just a continuation of a cycle of strengthening and weakening. So that's why we're going to stay with you, even though we really don't see any good indication of rotation at all on our radar, which is a good thing. We don't have any damage reports from this specific polygon either, but there's about 24,000 people within this polygon. So we are going to stay with you until this thing expires right around 2:15, until they extend it. We just got an update from the National Weather Service. They're saying that they're going to increase the hail size with this, so it's going to be about ping pong ball size hail essentially. But this specific rotation is, let's see if I can pull it back up here for you and you can see it behind me. But like we've been talking about, it dies down, comes back up, strengthens. So it's better for us to stay with you until we know for a fact that this thing is going to die down and be completely died down. Now, not only are we going to be dealing with the tornado threat today, listen, we could potentially be dealing with damaging wind gusts of around 70 to 75. I would say 80 is probably pushing it, but I wouldn't be surprised if we did see something along those lines as we do progress into the afternoon and as areas continue to go through a destabilization process. And, we have the components, all of the components that we need to have extremely dangerous and strong tornadoes that could be, a thing heading into the rest of this afternoon. We're expecting this system, it's moving west to east. We're expecting this to not exit the state probably until about midnight Sunday morning. So obviously we're going to continue to track this as a whole, and of course, watch and make sure that your safety is going to be our number one priority as the system moves through. So let's go ahead and see if we have a new velocity scan on this. And I'll zoom things in just a little bit. And it looks like the rotation, it might have actually strengthened just a little bit. So it's right there. It's just to the north of Hodges. What I've got circled right here is this area of rotation that we're picking up on. You know, you see the reds and you see those sporadic greens. Once they are completely touching, that's where we see an indication for rotation. Now, of course, as we start to see these pixels within this specific rotation, as they start to become a little bit brighter, then that's going to indicate to us that this rotation is starting to strengthen. We're not seeing that quite yet, but we have noticed that this has gone through another cycle of broad rotation to a little bit of strengthening. Now, we don't have any confirmed tornado warning just quite yet. This is still radar indicated. Like I mentioned, we don't have any type of storm damage quite yet. If we do see any damage out of this specific cell, it probably won't come until, you know, a little bit later on when people are out of this polygon and they can come out of their safe space and report those to us and, of course, EMA officials, and we'll get those reports from the National Weather Service as well. So these reports specifically from the cell, they might not come right now, but we could potentially see a little bit of tree damage with this system. And I mentioned earlier your tornado safe space. That's going to be either a basement or a storm shelter. That is going to be your best bet that you are going to be completely safe if you find yourself in a polygon throughout the day today. Now, of course, some of us might not have storm shelters. Some of us might not have basements. I grew up not having either of those. So we would always go to the most interior room of our home, away from exterior walls, away from windows, away from doors. When I was growing up, we would always go to my Nana's house. She has a little closet in her bathroom that was the perfect example of an interior safety that you could go to. Now, we just did get a new cycle update with this, and it doesn't look like it is strengthened or weakened by any means. Jordan, are you kind of seeing the same trends that I am with this system, this specific cell?
Yeah, definitely 100%. So we've continued, like Emily said, to watch this over the last several minutes, and this storm has had a history of kind of strengthening and then weakening, but we did just get a recent update here, and frankly, I don't see a whole lot of change. The one thing, and it's really the only update that we've kind of gotten, is that the hail is of some sort of significant size. So right now we're talking about ping pong ball size hail. Now, if you think about sport balls in general, a ping pong ball is really not that big. But when you're talking about a piece of hail that is the size of a ping pong ball, that is sizable hail. So, and this storm does have a long-lived history of producing hail all the way back into northeast Mississippi and now up into northwest Alabama. So that in of itself is a component that we're going to want to continue to pay attention to. So let's go back over to our velocity image. Emily was kind of talking about that just a little bit ago. We were talking about and kind of focusing our area kind of on this kind of diagonal area here in between Vina and Hodges, kind of looking for an area of increased rotation. But for the time being, it looks like this rotation is still relatively broad. So that's a little bit of good news there, because that means we don't have any confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground. So what we're going to continue to watch is going to be the threat for flash flooding. We're going to continue to watch for the threat of some very sizable hail. Now, I want to zoom things out just for a second and look at the Tennessee Valley as a whole. So this storm here across northwest Alabama is thus far the only severe storm we have. So we're back into Franklin County. Everybody else, some folks are beginning to see a little bit of rain, beginning to see some rain develop across the I-65 corridor, Decatur, down into Hartselle, down into Coleman. But we're dry across Huntsville, and then we're dry back across northeast Alabama, Jackson, DeKalb, down into Marshall County, southern Madison County, completely and totally dry, only talking about a little bit of rain for the time being up across southern Middle Tennessee. I tell you this to tell you that the vast majority of folks across the Tennessee Valley still have time to get to a public tornado shelter if by chance that's your only option, and something that you would like to take advantage of. And we've compiled a list of shelters across the Tennessee Valley, and you can have that number texted straight to your phone, 256-382-2692. So if you just text the word shelter to 256-382-2692, we will send you back a list of available tornado shelters across the Tennessee Valley, and those should be broken down by county. Now, understand that shelters have different rules on pets. Some of them allow you to bring your pet, maybe just on a leash. Others allow you to bring your pet, but it has to be in a crate. And then some shelters do not allow you to bring a pet at all. So that's something you're going to want to check into before you head out to go to that shelter. But if you need to find a public tornado shelter that you can get to, just text the word shelter to 256-382-2692. And this is also going to be a great number to text your damage photos to. But of course, I only want those photos when it's actually safe to take them. I certainly would never want you to be going out in the middle of a thunderstorm and trying to capture damage photos. But this is going to be the number to send those to as well. So take a picture of this number. It's right there, big and bold on your screen. Take a picture of this number. You'll be able to send us your damage photos. And again, if you'd still like to get to a public tornado shelter, all you have to do is text the word shelter to this number, and we'll send you a list. And I know that list is broken down by category, and it's right there on FOX54.com. We can come back out to me now, please. Thank you so much. So back to looking at the radar. Let's go back to northwest Alabama, where we're talking about the strongest of the thunderstorms. Again, beginning to see a little bit of rain develop across the I-65 corridor, beginning to see some rain develop down into Coleman County. But for the time being, that's all we're talking about across I-65 down into Coleman County, and then even up into southern Middle Tennessee. We're just talking about some rain, some isolated thunderstorms, certainly going to be possible in those locations. So as far as an area of concern, it's not going to be up across southern Middle Tennessee. There's not even a lot of lightning up across southern Middle Tennessee. There's not even a ton of lightning Hartselle down into Coleman, back into Decatur. We're not talking about...
Hey, Jordan, they are going to extend this tornado warning all the way through Lauderdale County.
Yeah, it looks like I just saw the Polygon just update. So thank you so much for that. Did they say, I can probably check, did they say how long they're going to, 315?
315.
So they're going to extend this. And again, this storm is moving incredibly slow, right? So normally, standard operating procedure for a tornado warning would typically be about a half hour to 45 minutes at a time at the most. So we're talking about a tornado warning that is going to be with us until 3:15 this afternoon. It's only 2:09. So we've got over an hour yet on this tornado warning. And is the storm still only moving at about 45 miles per hour, Emily?
50. So it's gone up about 5 miles per hour in speed.
So sped up just a little bit, but like we were talking about 15 or 20 minutes ago, relative to other storms that we've seen across the Tennessee Valley, this specific line of showers and thunderstorms is actually moving very slowly, which is why we're extending the tornado warning. The National Weather Service is extending the tornado warning all the way out to 3:15. That is a long time for a tornado warning. And at this point, we're talking about a tornado warning. I'm going to go ahead and take the lightning off. There is a lot of lightning associated with this storm. Again, it indicates the sheer strength with this storm as well. Trying to take off the lightning anyway. There we go. So, tornado warning now in effect for Lauderdale, Cobbart, and Franklin County. So it looks like the tornado warning here for Franklin County that is in effect until 2:15 is going to be replaced with the new tornado warning. You can kind of see the two different polygons here. So the first one goes all the way up to the Alabama-Tennessee state line, Lauderdale County, of course, and extends all the way down into Franklin County. And then we have our original tornado warning for Franklin County, and I'm sure they'll probably let that expire. And I'm sure they'll probably let that expire at 2:15. I've been told that we do have some video for you out of Florence, so let's take the video out over in Florence if we can. I bet this is... Okay, we can come back. Where is this, though? Oh, okay, that was the... That video just went offline. Really gusty winds took that video offline. Gusty winds in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour. So while we can try and take the cameras could also fail in the wind, but that's something we're going to continue to watch. I would love to bring you more of those live looks as we progress further into the afternoon, but we need the cameras to be able to survive the winds. And in this case, we're talking about the potential for wind gusts to be 60 or 70 miles per hour. So, brand new tornado warning. If you're in Florence, if you're in Muscle Shoals, you need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Russellville, you definitely need to be in your tornado safe place. Let's go ahead and put a track on this. I kind of want to pick a singular point, and I'm actually going to pick an area right around Russellville. It looks like that's where we're going to be focused on for the time being. So if you're in Russellville, you totally need to be in your tornado safe place. Florence, Tuscaloosa, you need to be in your tornado safe place. The Shoals, Muscle Shoals in specific, you need to be in your tornado safe place. So this storm only moving into the northeast at about 50 miles per hour, 45 to 50 miles per hour. So let's take this, and I'm just going to draw a track here, and we're going to extend this out 50 miles per hour, and it should populate with a list of cities. So let's go through our list of cities here. Littleville within the next 11 minutes. Looks like Jonesboro within the next 4 minutes. Valley Grove within the next 20 minutes. Tuscumbia still 19 minutes. Spring Valley 17 minutes. Heading into Sheffield within the next 21 minutes. So yeah, you still have a little bit of time. If you see your city in the list here, getting into Layton within the next 24 minutes, Florence in the next 25 minutes, you still have a little bit of time, but that doesn't mean you should not be in your tornado safe place, okay? And if you're kind of saying to yourself, well, I'm sitting in my living room watching you on the TV, well, you can take us with you, okay? So not only are we, of course, on TV, but we're also on the FOX54 app. So you can stream us on the FOX54 app. I believe we're on Facebook as far as a Facebook Live is concerned, so you can stream us there. I believe we're potentially on YouTube, so you can stream us there. So you don't have to be sitting in your living room as the only way to watch us. We're also streaming on FOX54 Plus, so you can stream us there. So there are a variety of places that you can stream us that don't force you to kind of be confined to the room in your house where your living room is. So you can take your cell phone as long as you have some sort of cell service. I understand that power outages are probably going to become more frequent, especially across Northwest Alabama. So you might lose a little.
Hey, Jordan.
Yes, ma'am.
Real quick, swap it over to correlation coefficient and right underneath Russellville. See if you're seeing what I'm seeing.
Okay, so Emily wants me to swap it over, and we are going to go down into Russellville. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make this a little easier on myself to see. So for just a second, I'm going to take the tornado warning off. I see what you're seeing. So that's very interesting. And I'm going to show you what Emily is talking about here. So if you're in Russellville, I really want you to be in your tornado safe place. So I'm going to highlight what Emily is seeing, and I'm really curious to see what the National Weather Service is going to have to say about this. This looks like it's right around Highway 45. So Emily's talking about this yellow-blue area here. I'm going to go ahead and circle this. Thank you so much, Emily, for pointing that out. If you are in Russellville, you really need to be in your tornado safe place. Look at the contrasting colors here. So the correlation coefficient color table is normally kind of these reds and these pinks, but now as we get into Russellville, look at this. We're talking about these brighter yellows. We're talking about the blues. And what a correlation coefficient is it's a product that allows us to detect inanimate objects that are potentially being picked up, okay? So that's what we're talking about here, which is a really good indicator that we could potentially be talking about a tornado on the ground, because what the radar beam does is the radar sends out a beam from the main radar point, and in this case, Columbus, Mississippi. Now, the radar is used to picking up on just raindrops, but when the radar picks up on inanimate objects, whether that's debris, whether that's trees, anything really that has the abilities to be picked up by a tornado and flies through the air, that's going to be reflected here on this radar product. And so what we're looking at here is a really impressive correlation coefficient. And this has me kind of concerned here right over Russellville. As a matter of fact, if you are in Russellville, you really need to be in your tornado safe place, because I think we're talking about the potential for a confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's go back to our velocity image. And the velocity image is so messy over here over in Northwest Alabama. There's no clear indication that we're talking about that really sharp rotation. And as a matter of fact, Emily, here's what's here's what's going to have me thinking a little bit. Let me take away my circle. So if we look, so Emily, you can kind of see the area of increased wind shear kind of in between Littleville and Russellville. I'll go ahead and circle this area of increased wind shear. Here's what's going to have me. I'm kind of wondering if that is displaced a little bit from the correlation coefficient, and then what that would mean. If maybe we're getting, okay, it's displaced a little bit. Have we gotten anything from the National Weather Service on that, Emily?
Nothing yet.
Well, nothing yet, but we're going to stick with this. We're going to continue to pay attention to this. And as a matter of fact, the correlation coefficient just really intensified. And at this point, I kind of have a hard time believing that it would be a false return. Normally, these false returns, when we get them, they might last maybe 1 or 2 radar scans. But this return has lasted for a couple of radar scans. And so here's the other thing that is going to kind of throw me, Emily, is that it doesn't necessarily match up with the radar all that well. There is kind of this inlet, kind of this notch going on here. But see, you see the velocity image, Emily? Mm-hmm. So I think that could be a tornado on the ground. Do you agree? Do you have thoughts otherwise?
I would probably say, I don't want to say confirmed until
Right.
we hear from the National Weather Service, because they are the ones who will determine that it could be confirmed by either the radar, or it would be confirmed by a spotter or EMA, people like that. But watching this specific cell, and as I was talking about it earlier, it was, cyclic. So I'm not surprised that it kind of has strengthened up a little bit. But we still don't have any indication from the Weather Service whether this is completely confirmed or not. But considering the trends that we've seen with this, it very well could be a tornado.
Yeah, I think this is something we need to watch incredibly closely, because now it's kind of lining up with the velocity image. So and it just kind of weakened a little bit. I was going to show you that it was lining up really well with the velocity image. Let's go back over to our correlation coefficient. And even here, it might be lining up a little bit. I'll go ahead and redraw my circle. I want to keep up with this. So here is going to be, we're just to the northeast, excuse me, just to the northeast of Russellville. Here is the area of really tight velocity that I'm going to be paying attention to here over the next couple of minutes, kind of displaced from the area of highest wind shear. But how does this potentially line up? So here's what then gives me a little bit of confirmation, Emily. If we look at the correlation coefficient, we're still talking about the impressive correlation coefficient here with the yellow, and then getting into the blue, which again is an indicator that we're talking about inanimate objects, debris, trees, anything that could be picked up by a tornado flying through the air. That's what the radar's picking up on. So that lines up really, really well with our storm relative velocity here, which is showing an area of increased rotation just to the north of Russellville, just to the south of Littleville. If you're in Littleville, you really need to be in your tornado safe place, because this is an area that I think warrants a fair amount of concern. The only other thing that has me is it's kind of displaced from the radar, the rain, just the plain radar, kind of displaced from that a little bit. But at the same time, I also think we could be working a little bit of dry air into there, which in theory would fuel this storm a little bit more. So
New scan just took those pixels down a little bit, so it's not blue anymore.
It's definitely not blue anymore, but there's still enough there that it's kind of obvious that something at least was there at one point. And I don't have the ability here to throw kind of the history of the correlation coefficient on. But still, if you're in Littleville, I definitely think you need to be in your tornado safe place. And we're kind of on the border here of Colbert and Franklin County. So again, Littleville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. This would be just to the north of Russellville, again, beginning to cross from Franklin County into Colbert County in northwest Alabama. So something I want to continue to watch very closely. The velocity image continues to show something that would indicate that we're talking about some sort of tightening of the rotation. Doesn't look as good on this velocity image, but it has looked good previously. So that's something that we're going to continue to pay attention to. What does the lightning look like on this? That's what I want to do.
While Jordan's going over the lightning real quick and he's looking at things behind the scenes, if we want to come to me real quick, because I do have the ability to put a loop on the correlation coefficient, and I can kind of tell you, give you an idea of what exactly we were looking at. So notice to the south of Russellville how we start to get those blues and those greens, and they continue to move in the track of that specific area of rotation that we were watching. That could be indication that we potentially could have had some debris aloft as this specific area of rotation did move through Russellville. We still don't have any sort of confirmation just quite yet from the National Weather Service, so we're not going to absolutely say that this is completely confirmed yet. Because they are the ones who make all the calls, they're the ones who make all the shots, and we just portray what they see out to the public. That's why we are broadcast meteorologists. But we also notice things like this behind the scenes. We still know the science behind it as well, and this easily could have been some sort of an indication of maybe a tornado, maybe a little bit of debris aloft, like Jordan was talking about earlier. Basically, correlation coefficient, it's a scan, and it picks up everything that is not in the form of precipitation. So that's where we come to the conclusion that it very well could have been some sort of debris lofted into the atmosphere. I am going to actually turn this back over to velocity, and since I work a little bit behind the scenes here, so I don't have as much of a constriction that Jordan does when it comes to how we can run the radar and things, so I am capable of putting the loops on there, and I'm curious to see what exactly the velocity data looked like as well. So it did have those greens and those reds touching, and as I mentioned earlier, when you have the green and you have the Okay, so we did get a message from National Weather Service that they do not have a confirmation on a tornado quite yet, but they are still getting a lot of reports of people that are seeing that rotation. So that correlation coefficient also could mean that, you have the wall cloud, you have the area of rotation, and then you also have a tornado. A wall cloud and a tornado are two completely different things. A tornado is not technically defined as a tornado until it touches the ground. We were looking at soundings earlier, the lifting condensation level, which is the LCL. The sounding that we're talking about are the squiggly lines that you see people, share around on social media sometime. And the LCL was extremely low. We have a really low cloud deck today. And that means that if we do have that wall cloud that forms and it decides that it is going to take it all the way to the ground and become a tornado, it's not going to take it a very long time to do so, just because we do have that very low LCL, that very low cloud deck today. So this easily could have been still a wall cloud, but still could have been somewhat strong enough to have a little bit of debris lofted within this. But like we mentioned earlier, this scans everything and takes everything into consideration except for rainfall. But that rotation, it does look like that it has died down just a little bit. But this particular cell that we've been watching has been very cyclic. It strengthens, it weakens, it strengthens, it weakens, and I have a really good feeling that that's probably what we're going to be dealing with today a lot of the time as we see, if we do see any more tornado warnings that do become issued. But because of that trend, that's why they have taken that tornado warning all the way up through Lauderdale County on that Alabama-Tennessee state line. So I think, let's see if I can go ahead and toss it back over to the velocity data, and I'll take the loop off of it so that way we can get a current look at it and see if we have any new scans with it. So it does look like it is still there. the rotation is, but it doesn't look very, very, very strong. It is stronger than what it has been previously, but it's not enough for me to be absolutely extremely concerned over it that we 100% did have a tornado from that. Because usually when we do have tornadoes that are confirmed by the radar, when we show the velocity data, which is those reds and those greens, and they're touching, if we start to see a very tight rotation form from that velocity data, those pixels, those colors, they're going to start to turn brighter in nature, and sometimes they even change colors just a little bit. That's not what we're dealing with right here, but that also doesn't mean that you don't need to be in your safe place. Just within this polygon, you know, it includes Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, Lawrence counties. It has about a population of about 160K people just within this polygon. So if you see your location, if you hear my voice and you can see your location within this polygon, so that's going to be Florence, Muscle Shoals, Littleville, Killen, Russellville. That storm probably is out of the Russellville, the town of Russellville. It looks like it is just a little bit north of it. So anywhere, Leeton, Town Creek, not involved with it. Rogersville, you people that have called out, you still have enough time to get to that safe space. So areas within, okay, sorry, I just want to make sure I wasn't missing something from the Weather Service. Areas within this polygon, regardless if we tell you that the rotation is broadened, that doesn't mean that it couldn't retighten, recirculate itself again, and then produce a tornado once again. So that's why this polygon goes all the way up to the Alabama-Tennessee state line in Lauderdale County, because this is the trend of this specific cell that we have been seeing. And I don't have any new information on that, Jordan, but I'm going to continue to watch for it. Now, we just did get note from Lawrence County EMA that an apartment complex fire, it looks like it's at Byler Road in Moulton. It was struck by lightning, and the fire department is now evacuating the residents. And that's another thing. We're going to be dealing with a lot of lightning within these cells. I'm going to toss it back to Jordan in just a little bit, I promise. But we are going to be dealing with a lot of lightning in some of these cells because our atmosphere has a lot of energy in it today. And that usually, we'll start to see that uptick in lightning count, and we could easily be dealing with a lot of lightning strikes that will cause a little bit of damage today. It looks like they did cancel the tornado warning for Franklin County, so we're only going to be dealing with Lauderdale, Lawrence, and Colbert counties right now, Jordan.
Yeah, so like Emily just said, they canceled the tornado warning for Franklin County, so it's going to be just Lauderdale, Lawrence, and then Colbert County. That's where we're going to be talking about that tornado warning. So Franklin County at this point, Franklin County is in the clear. Looks like the strongest part of this thunderstorm beginning to move up into the shoals. And again, like Emily was talking about, there's a lot of lightning associated with these storms today. And lightning can actually do some significant damage when you're talking about lightning that can strike. So again, here's what I want to tell you. We're talking about some really serious thunderstorms across the Tennessee Valley. So I want to zoom out. We're beginning to see some activity really begin to move into Decatur, really beginning to move into Hartselle, beginning to move into the Huntsville metro area. But none of this activity actually comes with severe thunderstorm warnings. The activity that's beginning to move into Madison County doesn't come with severe thunderstorm warnings. It doesn't come with tornado warnings. So if you're sitting at home and thinking, wow, those are some really powerful thunderstorms across northwest Alabama, maybe I should consider going to my local public storm shelter. Yeah, you should definitely go to your public storm shelter. A lot of them, they're all definitely open at this point. And if you need to know where your nearest public storm shelter is, we do have a list for you on FOX54.com, and you can have that list sent directly to your phone. So all you have to do is text the word shelter to 256-382-2692. And I'll leave this graphic up for just a couple of seconds so that if you want, you can take a picture so you don't forget the number. But again, text the word shelter to 256-382-2692, and it'll send you a county-by-county list of public tornado shelters that are going to be available to you. And then I also would like you to save this number because this is going to be a great number to send your damage reports to. Now, of course, I need to know where you took your picture or where you got your reports. But also, of course, I only want you taking pictures of storm damage when it is actually safe to do so. You should never go out in the middle of a thunderstorm or a tornado-warned storm to take a picture of damage. You should always wait until the activity passes, okay? And then you can send those pictures, you can send those reports off to 256-382-2692. But if you still want to head out to your local storm shelter, a lot of you still have plenty of time to get to a public storm shelter. You can text the word shelter, 256-382-2692. Now, you're also going to want to read. A lot of the different shelters have different pet policies, and so you're going to want to make sure that's something you're familiarizing yourself with before you do head out the door to your local public shelter. And I can assure you, at this point, every shelter across the Tennessee Valley is open because we are under a tornado watch across all of North Alabama, southern and middle Tennessee. A lot of those shelters opened even last night, but now they're all definitely open today. So let's come back out to me, please. Let's continue to go through the radar. Again, there is a lot of activity that is beginning to develop across the Tennessee Valley. Again, non-severe thunderstorms here across Decatur down into Hartselle, beginning to see some more activity build up across the 565 corridor, heading into the Huntsville metro area. There's really not even a lot of lightning associated.
I want to interrupt you again, and
Okay.
I'm only going to interrupt Jordan. Keep it on him because I'm not going to take a long time. But we did get a report that they're seeing baseball-sized hail in Tuscumbia.
Chloe, I know we have a camera over in Tuscumbia. I don't know if by chance that we can, because baseball-sized hail would certainly show up on. So let's zoom in on Tuscumbia if we can. I'm gonna turn the lightning off, and
Oh yeah, the hail swath is there.
so let's take it over to our hail swath. I would love to get confirmation on any sort of alleged baseball-sized hail, because that would be some incredibly impressive hail. So I'm just gonna move the camera here. Okay, so here's Littleville, here's the Shoals. So if we zoom in a little bit more, there's Leeton. And then we would be kind of getting into Tuscumbia, which is going to be, again, that's really impressive if they're talking about baseball-sized hail. So something we're going to want to continue to pay attention to. If you are in Tuscumbia and you know of this baseball-sized hail, when it's safe to do so, if you could text us any confirmation of the size of hail that is potentially coming out of Tuscumbia. Very powerful thunderstorm. And Emily and I have kind of been talking about this along with the tornado threat. There is a significant hail threat here today as well. This storm has a history of producing a lot of hail. See, if we go all the way back down into Franklin County, back past Russellville, back past Red Bay, all the way into northeast Mississippi, this storm does have a history of producing a lot of hail, and it looks like that hail's even continuing as we head up into the Shoals.
We're working to, I have family that actually live in the Shoals, and we're working to get a photo that we can show you, but they have confirmed, not the baseball-sized hail, but they have confirmed hail that looks like it's about the size of a ping pong ball, which is what we were seeing earlier with this specific storm. But still, that can do a lot of damage to, cars, anything like that you got outside. But that 100% is confirmed.
Okay, so like Emily just said, she has some family over in that neck of the woods, and they can confirm that we're definitely at least talking about ping pong ball size hail. Still working on maybe getting the confirmation of some baseball size hail. My producer is working on getting us a camera pulled up, and we can kind of look at Tuscumbia and then kind of see if we can see any obvious signs of hail on the ground. Let's go back, look at our velocity image. I certainly don't want to get lost in the fact that we are talking about the threat of a possible tornado across northwest Alabama. Again, we have the tornado warning that is in effect for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Franklin County, and that's going to run until 3:15 this afternoon. Lauderdale, Colbert, and then Lawrence County. The tornado warning that was in effect for Franklin County has since been allowed to expire. So definitely want to continue to watch this. I don't see any obvious signs of rotation as far as velocity imagery is concerned. So definitely a little bit of good news there across Lauderdale and Colbert County, and then we're just kind of clipping Lawrence County at this point. No obvious signs of rotation. Let's go back to our correlation coefficient. I know that's something Emily and I were watching incredibly close there for a little while. I don't see anything erroneous there as far as the correlation coefficient is concerned. And if we look at our shear rate, I see a little bit of wind shear here across the shoals heading up into the Tennessee River, but I don't see a lot of really impressive wind shear. So I think at this point, while we're still continuing to monitor the threat for a tornado, I think the biggest problem we're going to have is the threat for gusty, damaging winds. And then the obvious concern that we're potentially talking about quite a bit of hail across North Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee, especially across far northwest Alabama, heading up into the shoals. We're potentially talking about ping pong to baseball size hail. And like Emily was telling you just a couple of minutes ago, that can do a lot of damage. I've been told that we do have photos of hail available. So if we could go ahead and pull that up. Now that is, and where is this out of? Is this
Muscle Shoals?
So this is hail out of Muscle Shoals, and that is definitely the size of a ping pong ball. So this is a confirmed hail report out of the shoals, and that is definitely, it's not quite up to baseball size hail, but it is definitely ping pong ball size hail, and hail of that magnitude can certainly do a lot of damage. So hail is definitely going to be a significant threat with these storms over the next several hours as these storms continue to move through the Tennessee Valley. So strongest part of the storm heading into Lauderdale and Colbert County, just beginning to clip Lawrence County. There's a lot of very heavy rain, gusty winds, and then of course we're talking about that threat for some significant hail. And then I also want to mention the lightning threat. We were talking about an apartment complex that had been struck by lightning, I think further to the south in Moulton, as a matter of fact, that had been struck by lightning. And there was a lot of lightning associated with these storms. Look at all of this. Florence down into the shoals. If we can, I'd like to potentially look at the Florence Harbor at McFarland Park camera, if we can look at that at some point. I want to see if that looks impressive at all, if we can see at least the lightning showing up there on the harbor. But a lot of lightning within this storm. So you should already be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Florence, if you're in Muscle Shoals, if you're in Tuscumbia, you should be in your tornado safe place regardless. But you also really, really want to assure that you are nowhere near any windows. You certainly don't want to be near any windows when we're talking about a combination of lightning. Did you say you have that ready or you're getting it ready? Okay, so we have a video from, let's go over to Florence. So this is going to be the Florence Harbor at McFarland Park, definitely talking about a lot of very heavy rain. I haven't seen any lightning show up here in the last couple of seconds, but we're definitely talking about some very heavy rain. Looks like we're looking at some gusty winds. You can kind of see that there on the water. I was hoping to kind of see some of that impressive lightning, but I don't see any of the impressive lightning. Now, you can tell it is definitely dark enough, thanks to those thunderstorms over in northwest Alabama, that we are at least talking about it being dark enough that the street lights have come on. And again, we're looking at the Florence Harbor over at McFarland Park. And again, this specific location would be under a tornado warning. Thank you so much. We can come back to me now, and we'll continue to look at the radar. A lot of lightning wasn't showing up there really on the camera, but there is a lot of lightning within the storm. And the vast majority of this lightning does appear that it's going to be just to the south of Muscle Shoals. So something that we want to continue to pay very close attention to. And then we also want to pay attention to the fact that these storms do have a history of producing a lot of hail. We were showing you that picture a couple of minutes ago of some of the hail reports that we were getting, and it is definitely at least ping pong ball size hail. So that hail swath continues to push its way up into Florence. So if you're in Florence, you're probably talking about some really impressive hail. And it actually looks like the main core of this storm, we're kind of highlighting here, this pinkish area, okay, is going to be the main core of this storm. And it looks like it's going to slide just to the east of Florence and Muscle Shoals. So it looks like we're probably going to avoid downtown Florence. It looks like we're going to avoid downtown Muscle Shoals. So we're going to be focused on this pinkish area here. It looks like we're talking about some of the most intense rainfall. that's probably where we're talking about some of the greatest hail sizes. We're also going to be talking about some frequent lightning there. Some flash flooding certainly going to be possible where we're talking about those highest rain rates. And then, of course, we are talking about the obvious concern of a potential tornado across the Tennessee Valley. Now, again, that's not looking all that impressive. If we look here, just simply look at a velocity image, and it's kind of messy here over in Lauderdale and Colbert County and northern Lawrence County. It's kind of messy here over in northwest Alabama. I see no obvious signs of any sort of significant rotation. Now, that is definitely good news. It is good news that we see no obvious signs of rotation. As a matter of fact, the only area of increased wind shear is actually going to be outside of the tornado warning polygon, just to the north of Moulton. So that's something that I think bears a little bit of watching, but obviously our main focus is going to be here within the overall tornado warning. So it's something that we're going to continue to watch. We're going to see if we get any further development as far as the wind shear is concerned. We're going to see if we continue to get any further development out of the velocity image. Again, not really talking about any signs of obvious rotation. So I think I can confidently say that the biggest problem as this storm continues to move to the northeast, and it's moving to the northeast somewhat slowly, right around 45 or 50 miles per hour. I think I can confidently say that the biggest problem or the biggest threat going to be the threat for gusty damaging winds, wind gusts in excess of 60 or 70 miles per hour. But then we're also going to be monitoring the threat for some sizable hail here as this storm continues to push its way on through northwest Alabama. And right now, we're talking about a storm that is pushing its way immediately through the shoals. The strongest part of the storm probably just getting ready to cross the Tennessee River. Yeah, so here's the strongest part of this storm, and this would line up almost directly with the Tennessee River. So here's kind of the river. I know it's hard to see when you overlay the rain, but it looks like the strongest part of this storm just beginning to move over the Tennessee River and then cross up into Lauderdale County. But we still have the tornado warning in effect for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Lawrence County. That is going to run until, I believe that's going to run until 3:15 p.m. So tornado warning in effect for Lauderdale, Colbert, and Lawrence County. That's going to run until 3:15 p.m. Now, this is just radar confirmed. We have no confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground. As a matter of fact, we have yet to find out if we have confirmed reports of a tornado. A little while ago, remember, Emily and I were talking about that section of the storm that was moving through Russellville that had the really impressive correlation coefficient, or the debris signature, where the radar beam picks up on potential debris that is flying through the air. We had that really impressive signature on the radar. But thus far this afternoon, that's really what we've seen out of these storms. And now they have been somewhat cyclical in that they strengthen and then they weaken and then they strengthen and weaken and strengthen. But at this point, the storm is kind of weakened over the last several radar scans, and I really haven't seen it strengthen all that much. Now, it is still an incredibly strong and incredibly powerful thunderstorm, but it even kind of looks like maybe our lightning counter is beginning to go down just a little bit. Let's zoom things out and look at the entire Tennessee Valley. Now, I have a couple of questions, and I'm not sure if Emily can answer them or not, but I'm going to try her anyway. Has the National Weather Service maybe talked about the rain heading into the Huntsville metro, Decatur, down into Hartselle? Have they talked about that rain at all? Could that play to our benefit, Emily, at all through the rest of the afternoon?
Yeah, so actually the meteorologist in charge at the National Weather Service, he was talking about how the messy showers ahead of the main supercells that we're expected to see, which is the messy rain that we're seeing right now, starting to move in a little bit to the Huntsville metro. It's kind of helping us in a way. It's cutting off that inflow that we would, usually need to see a lot of severe development. So that could easily work in our favor. I actually am curious. I want to, I'm going to go back to my show since I've got it behind me and see what our dew points are looking like. Because usually you have to have 4 major components for severe weather development. That's going to be your shear, you need a lifting mechanism, you've got to have moisture and you have to have instability as well. So 4 main things that you're going to need. Your moisture is going to come from, the measure of the dew point, which is what you see behind me. Usually we like to see, and I don't want to say we like to see as in, oh, we love to see our dew points in, the 60s, because usually that's indicative of a lot of moisture, and that could feed into the potential severe weather development. So the fact that we're seeing dew points, in the upper 50s here in Huntsville, 59 is the dew point right now. That's telling me that there is moisture there, but it's not a whole lot of moisture for me to be concerned with widespread tornadic development, especially as this moves through the metro. Now, we mentioned earlier we've got this messy system that's out ahead of the supercells that we're going to be watching, because all of this is out ahead of a cold front that's going to be coming through. So really the main line hasn't moved through yet. We're dealing with what could happen out ahead of it, which 9 times out of 10 is usually where we see severe weather, if we are going to see a lot of severe weather. That's not me saying that as this cold front moves through, we won't see, a lick of severe weather at all. I'm just saying that usually when we see systems like this move through, we have those supercell development potential out ahead of that cold front, because you've got the cold front dividing the warm air and the cold air. And so when you have those two kind of clash together, that's where you're going to have that line of potentially severe thunderstorms. I'm checking to make sure I'm not missing any reports to give out to you guys. And it looks like they actually canceled the tornado warning for Lauderdale, Lawrence, and Colbert County. That was supposed to run until 3:15. That's right. Jordan, 3:15? Is that right?
Yeah, Emily, that tornado warning was supposed to go through 3:15, but it does look like, you're right, it does look like they have gone ahead and canceled the tornado warning for Lauderdale, Lawrence, and Colbert County, which would mean that we have no active tornado warnings. Now, I did get one report here, a sizable, and I don't know why the numbers didn't populate. Normally, the numbers would populate. We're looking at probably somewhere between 3,000 and 5,000 customers without power here in Lauderdale and Colbert County. Now, I was told we have some storm video. Where is that out of? The storm video that you were... So we got some video from Mike over in Kill, and I wanted to show you this. What you're looking at here is some incredibly gusty winds. So you're talking about the gusty winds and the heavy rain, and this is going to lead me to discuss something else with you. Okay, so you're talking about the heavy rain and the gusty winds, and this could actually create another problem, where you're talking about the potential for some very heavy rain. If a tornado were to develop through the course of the afternoon, you would actually be talking about the potential for a rain-wrapped tornado. If a tornado were to develop, do we by chance have the ability to go back to the video just one more time? I want to show the folks again what we were talking about as far as that video. So again, you're talking about some very heavy rain, some very gusty winds. This right off Wilson Lake. Thanks so much to Mike for sending us this video. And you can send us your video as well. I guarantee you Mike probably texted this to us, and you can text us your weather video, of course, when it's safe to do so. The number is going to be, we can flash the number up at some point. The number is going to be right there on your screen, 256-382-2692. You can send us your weather video. You can send us your images. Of course, we need to know who to credit those things to, and we need to know where exactly it is you took your video or you took your picture. But we want you to do that only when it is safe. We certainly never want you to put yourself in harm's way to get us a picture or a video. So only do that if it is 100% safe. And then if you do still think you're in the need of a public tornado shelter through the rest of the afternoon, we're talking about other opportunities for severe thunderstorms through the rest of the day. You can text the word shelter to the same number, 256-382-2692. And you'll get a comprehensive list of county-by-county storm shelters that are available across the Tennessee Valley. And the one thing I've been reminding you every time we've talked about this is that a lot of the shelters have different pet policies, whether they're not allowed at all, whether they're allowed on a leash or allowed in a crate. So that's something you're going to want to check into before you head to your respective storm shelter. So let's continue to talk about the radar. No active tornado warnings at this point across the Tennessee Valley. And Emily was kind of mentioning it a little while ago. The rain here could be playing to our benefit, and probably is playing to our benefit, where we're going to end up getting a lot of rain-cooled air to develop across the Tennessee Valley, and that's thanks to there is a lot of rain out ahead of the main part of this thunderstorm. So we're beginning to see some of that heavier rain build into the Huntsville metro area. As a matter of fact, I want to go ahead here just real quick and switch this over to the Huntsville radar. And you can see some of this heavier rain beginning to move into the Huntsville metro area. We're talking about rain Athens, Decatur, down into Hartselle. And this is just straight rain. As a matter of fact, I'll go ahead and I'll put on the lightning image here for you. And what you can kind of see is that if you head just to the east a little bit, now Athens is included in the severe thunderstorm warning, so I obviously want to make that known, that Athens is included in the severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, going to run until 3:45. But if you think the I-65 corridor, Athens, Decatur, down to Hartselle, there's not a lot of lightning here. There's not a lot of thunderstorm activity here. And that's nothing but good news, because that means we're simply just talking about straight rain. Now, of course, we do have our severe thunderstorm here back across northwest Alabama, beginning to move out of Florence, beginning to move out of Tuscaloosa, beginning to move out of the Shoals, continuing to drive to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. But what you have out ahead of it is just a lot of rain, and that's going to do some good for us because it's going to help to stabilize our atmosphere. And Emily also pointed out our dew points are relatively low. If you're talking about an environment that is conducive for the development of severe weather, you typically need, almost require dew points that are going to be somewhere close to the mid-60s, 64, 65 degrees. That's about the bare minimum of a dew point that you would need that would be conducive for the development of severe weather. So the fact that our dew points are currently in the mid and upper 50s, that kind of means that we're talking about an environment that might not be as conducive for the development of severe weather. And I think another aid that we had was a lot of the rain that we got across the Tennessee Valley really early this morning. Now, we did dry out through the later part of the morning and then early into the afternoon. We did dry out for a couple of hours, and we got to enjoy is used loosely, a couple of peaks of sunshine, and that sunshine could have helped destabilize us a little bit, but it looks like all of the rain we got this morning may have played to our advantage, where even though a lot of us did get a little bit of sunshine through the later part of the morning and then early into the afternoon, the rain may have stabilized us a bit too much, and therefore the sunshine that we got didn't destabilize us enough. So there's a couple of things definitely working in our favor here. And the other item of interest is the fact that the tornado warnings thus far have been issued strictly across northwest Alabama, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin, and Lawrence counties. Those folks were the driest the longest. I know I was at my house this morning. I live in Owens Crossroads. And I want to say it was still raining even at 9:30, close to 10 o'clock this morning. It was still raining at my house. And I know it was still raining through the later part of the morning across northeast Alabama. So if you think about Jackson, DeKalb, and Marshall counties, those folks probably didn't get much dry time at all. Now, I tell you all of that. I don't want you to think that the threat is over. Myself and meteorologist Emily Owen, we're just trying to give you a true, honest, kind of a just the facts picture of what the atmosphere looks like and how that could play to our advantage or our disadvantage as we head into the later part of the afternoon. And so we want to give you that look so that you can continue to plan your day. Obviously, you need to stay up to speed on any sort of changing conditions across the Tennessee Valley. But it is also worth a note that currently we're not talking about any active tornado warnings across the Tennessee Valley. Chloe, do we have the chance, by chance, do we have do any of the Decatur cameras, I'm sure we're at this point just probably talking about some heavy rain, but I know we have the potential to look at the bridge there. So let's go back up to our severe thunderstorm warning. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a good chunk of the area. It's not going to be just Lauderdale County. It's going to be Lauderdale, Colbert, Lawrence, looks like Limestone and part of Madison counties. And it looks like that's going to run until, how long is this going to run for? It looks like that severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning going to be in effect for a number of counties, and that's going to run until 3:45. So let's zoom back in here. A lot of our focus this afternoon has been back across northwest Alabama. And what I'm noticing here is I'm actually noticing a fair amount of, I'm noticing a lot of weakening. Now, I don't want to get overly optimistic, but it does look like these storms are weakening a little bit. We can kind of see some of the breaks from the reds back into the yellows. It looks like the amount of lightning has gone down just a little bit. And so it does appear that these storms are weakening as they push to the northeast. And it looks like the main part of this storm, now while Athens is included in the severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like the main part of this storm is probably going to go just barely to the north of Athens and actually head up into Ardmore. So if you're in Ardmore right now, you're definitely talking about some heavy rain. Maybe the wind's beginning to pick up just a little bit in Ardmore, but then you're going to be talking about this main core here. The heavy rain, the gusty winds, the frequent thunder and lightning, and this storm does have a history of producing some pretty significant hail. But even that, if I look back, Emily, do we have any other hail reports maybe from Lauderdale County, I guess that would be, or does it appear that maybe the hail's dying off a little bit?
It says in Limestone they were seeing dime size, but other than that and what we reported earlier with the photo, I haven't seen anything else. I have been noticing a lot of flood reports though.
And I think the flooding is going to be a really big concern. And this was a really big concern. This became a really big problem this morning when a lot of that heavy rain moved out of the Tennessee Valley. I've told you this a couple of times. We got a lot of really heavy rain really early this morning. Round one of showers and thunderstorms brought some incredibly heavy rain to the Tennessee Valley. And that kind of took the flooding threat and shot it upwards by a factor of 10. And I'm really not exaggerating. We got a lot of rain across the Tennessee Valley early this morning. So now whatever rain we get now is just going to create more of a problem. We do have video out of Decatur. I want to go ahead and show you, and I would imagine they're just talking about some rain. Probably not the strongest part of this storm. You can kind of see here a couple of breaks in the clouds. Now, that's not to say we're talking about blue sky and sunshine. Still a couple of cars out and about. I certainly don't suggest going out and about when we're talking about severe weather. Moving through the Tennessee Valley. But a live look at Decatur here. A couple of raindrops there on the camera. I would imagine they're going to continue to talk about some rain, some gusty winds. I haven't seen any lightning. I definitely haven't noticed any cloud to ground lightning or anything like that off on the horizon. So definitely a little bit of good news there, but this was a live look out over in Decatur. So let's go back to the radar. Here's what we're talking about across the Tennessee Valley. And what if I just take this? Emily, will you read that text that we just got and tell me what that says? So if we take this and just look at the Tennessee Valley as a whole, here's what we're looking at. We have no active tornado warnings across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. Now, we do have this massive severe thunderstorm warning, and this is a big severe thunderstorm warning. It takes up a good chunk of the Tennessee Valley, Lauderdale, Colbert, Lawrence, and Limestone counties, and I believe it looks like it's heading into just a portion of Madison County. Now, that severe thunderstorm warning is going to be with us until 3:45, and even severe thunderstorm warning looks like it's heading up into southern Middle Tennessee. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:45. The big concern is going to continue to be the threat for some decent-sized hail. Hail reports have been kind of impressive over the last couple of hours. And then we've also been talking about the flooding reports. Those are really beginning to ramp up here as of the last 20 or 30 minutes even. The flooding reports really beginning to increase across the Tennessee Valley. We're talking about some impressive rain rates. As a matter of fact, let's go over to, here's what I want to do. I want to look at rainfall totals over the last, let's just take this. This would be over the last 20, this is over the last 12 hours. So this gets us back to this would be about 3 o'clock this morning. So let's go back here into northwest Alabama and look at some of these rainfall totals. So these are rainfall totals over the last 12 hours. In a lot of cases, we're talking about 2 to 2.5 inches of rain across northwest Alabama, Lauderdale, Cobbart, down into Franklin County. And that's a lot of rain, okay? That is a significant amount of rain. We weren't really expecting this much rain to have fallen by this point in the day. So that's why the flooding threat has kind of gone up here as of recent, because we've seen a lot of rain, more rain than we anticipated. We didn't really think that we were going to get these types of rainfall totals until we got to the later part of the afternoon, and then eventually as we got into the early part of the evening. So that's why the flooding threat has kind of gone up by an exponential factor, just simply because of a lot of the rain that we got this morning across the Tennessee Valley. So let's go back and look at the radar. Again, severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:45 p.m. That's going to be Lauderdale, Cobbart. Looks like we still have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Franklin County. Let me highlight that. Severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Franklin County. That one's about to expire. It's only got about 10 minutes left on it. That's going to run until 3:15. So that's something that's again about to expire. But we still have our other severe thunderstorm warning here, and that is going to run until 3:45, and that encompasses a large chunk of the Tennessee Valley, Lauderdale, Cobbart, Lawrence, and Limestone counties. And then it looks like here it heads into Madison County, maybe just a little bit, or it borders right up to Madison County. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:45. I want to switch it over to the Huntsville radar and see if the Huntsville radar is also picking up on the fact that it kind of looks like these thunderstorms are weakening just a little bit. Again, that could be playing to our advantage. Emily was talking about the fact that we had the lower dew points. Emily, do you have any other updates?
Only other updates were some more hail reports that came out of Tuscaloosa, the golf ball size hail, which Tuscaloosa is just to the south of the shoals. So that makes sense with that photo that we showed earlier. Now, since we don't have any tornado warnings here, we are kind of keeping our eyes on, let's see if I can get it back to our weather graphics here. I want to show you that we're keeping our eyes on this one particular tornado warning. Now, keep in mind, it is just to the west of Tuscaloosa, so it is well below our designated market area, the viewing area here. But if this storm, this specific tornado warning, were to hold together, then it could potentially be clipping Coleman into Marshall County within the next, I would say 2 to maybe 2.5 hours, depending on if this particular cell decides to speed up or slow down a little bit. The median's really been about 45 to 50 miles per hour with the speed of these storms that we've been seeing today. But other than the few hail reports and, of course, the flooding reports, which we've been talking about really for the past couple of days, that this isn't just going to be tornadoes. When you think of severe weather, I know, I get it, you automatically think about tornadoes. But a severe thunderstorm, which to me is considered severe weather, is defined as either having one or more of the following, which is a tornado. You have to have winds of about 58 miles per hour or greater, and hail in 1 inch or greater in diameter. So we're going to be dealing with all of that today. Now, there are parameters. We've been showing you the Storm Prediction Center outlook. That high risk did get moved up just a little more northward. I'll go ahead and pull that up for you, actually, because it hasn't changed. We still do have that high risk for severe weather. The last time we actually saw this was March of about 2021. So it's been a while since we've seen a high risk. They're rare in nature. But what this does, it's not showing you the severity of storms and where the strongest storms are expected to be. This is more based on coverage. So think of like rain coverage. We say isolated storms, that's about 20% chance of rain, things like that. So once you start to get into those pinks and those reds, that's usually meaning that widespread severe storms are likely for the red and widespread severe storms are expected for the pink. Now we are starting to see a little bit of severe weather, more of a development down to the south. If that's the case and that kind of holds true, then we may see a little bit of a weakening trend here, because typically kind of when we see those severe storms more towards our south, it kind of sucks all of our, I guess you could say, power out of the atmosphere. It doesn't take it all completely away, but it does kind of work in our favor just a little bit. Now, our atmosphere is still going to be conducive of severe weather probably until this main line moves out of the Tennessee Valley, which is probably not going to be until about midnight, 11 o'clock at the earliest.
Emily, I'm going to go ahead and take it back from you.
Okay.
We do have a brand new tornado warning that has just been issued for Limestone County. So new tornado warning has just been issued for Limestone County. Going to wait and see. Let me move this back up here. So new tornado warning issued for Limestone County. Obviously, that's going to be in North Alabama. And it looks like we're talking about northern Limestone County. Looks like this storm has seen an uptick in intensity. So here's what I want to do. I want to go ahead and zoom in on this. Emily, if you could get me the details of that tornado warning. I didn't even look at the details.
Yeah. So this is going to be until 3:30. It's only radar indicated at the moment. And it looks like it's going to be close to Athens probably within the next 2 or so minutes.
Okay, so it's not going to slide just to the north of Athens. So, okay. So tornado warning in effect. So tornado warning in effect for Limestone County. It's only going to run until 3:30. And then I'm assuming it's still moving to the northeast.
Yes.
And then how fast? 45 to 50, I'm going to go ahead and assume.
35.
Even slower. So again, storms moving incredibly slow, which is only going to continue to create a massive flooding problem across the Tennessee Valley. But regardless, we do have a brand new tornado warning that is in effect for Limestone County, and that is going to run until 3:30 this afternoon. So we're only putting about 15 minutes on this tornado warning. It's just about 10 after 3. So this is going to be a short tornado warning moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So let's go ahead. I don't see a lot of, but this is also a tricky problem across the Tennessee Valley. I want to throw on our velocity image. I do see an area of broad rotation. It looks like just to the north of Athens, barely to the north of Athens, but just to the north of Athens, kind of in between. Here's where we're looking, and you can kind of see it here, and I'll go ahead and draw a circle. So we're kind of in between Athens and Elkmont. This is kind of what I'm looking at here in northern Limestone County, and it looks like this is going to move to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. So what I can do is take this. We also have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. That's not what I wanted to do. So we can take this and we can attempt to draw a track on this. So we're just going to start from here and go out 35 miles per hour. A lot of thunder beginning to move into the Huntsville metro area. So Bethel within the next 17 minutes, beginning to move into Ardmore within the next 18 minutes. Elkwood within the next 27 minutes. Cedar Grove, if this storm holds together, in the next 28 minutes. Now, most of the towns mentioned here are going to be beyond the time period that this tornado warning actually continues. Ardmore within the next 18 minutes. This tornado warning only runs until 3:30. So Bethel within the next 15, 16 minutes. You would be, again, barely included within the life of this tornado warning. And then Cedar Grove within the next 28 minutes. So again, you would kind of outpace the tornado warning. So, tornado warning in effect for Limestone County, and it looks like that tornado warning is going to run until 3:30 this afternoon. So we're going to continue to follow this really closely. I want to put on lightning. Not a ton of lightning associated with this. Let's switch over to our shear rate. Look at our shear rate. I don't see a lot of impressive wind shear. What happens if I do this? Let's look at, even if I look at the Huntsville radar's shear rate, really not a lot of impressive shear rate a lot of impressive wind shear associated with this. Now we do get some positive lightning strikes in there, so we are talking about the potential for some dangerous lightning. But as far as the velocity signature is concerned, it really doesn't look that great if we look at the Huntsville radar. So we're going to continue to, I believe we're going to continue to analyze this on the Columbus radar, because that's at least where we're getting, where we were getting anyway, at least a little bit of broad rotation. So we'll continue to follow this tornado warned storm, at least carry it through its expiration at 3:30 in the afternoon. So just about another 15 minutes on this. It's right around 3:12. So we're going to continue to watch this for another 15 minutes. And this is north of Athens, just to the south of Elkmont. We're talking about a tornado warned storm capable of producing a tornado. Now, this is not confirmed. We have no confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground. We have yet to have a confirmed report of anything tornadic on the ground. But we are talking about a radar indicated tornado. So that's something that we're going to continue to watch, something that we're going to continue to pay attention to. Let's zoom out, look at the entire Tennessee Valley. We still have that really big severe thunderstorm warning in effect for much of northwest Alabama. And then if we head all the way back here, we're talking about additional showers and thunderstorms across northeast Mississippi. But these, thankfully, only come with severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, even this one here south of Tupelo comes with just a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, this activity likely going to continue to move to the northeast up into northwest Alabama. So we're going to continue to watch that activity. But at this point, I'm also beginning to wonder if as this activity moves into northwest Alabama, it would be moving into an environment where the atmosphere is pretty well worked over at this point. Now, we could still get some stronger thunderstorms out of the mix, but Emily was showing us earlier that the dew points are sitting in the mid and upper 50s, maybe borderline into the lower 60s. That's almost below the bare minimum of what you would need for an environment that is conducive for severe weather. So let's continue to take this up. Let's go back to our tornado warning, zoom back in on this here just for a little bit. So again, if you're in Ardmore, you need to be getting into your tornado safe place. If you're in Ardmore, again, we're talking about radar indicated tornado, no confirmed reports of anything on the ground, radar just updated. So let's go back and
it did pick up in speed of about 5 miles per hour. So it's now moving northeast at about 40.
So picking up a little bit, but still, if you compare it to other severe weather events we've seen this season, this is a very slow moving system, 35, 40 miles per hour. At that point, you're talking about a system that is moving incredibly slow, which is why we're talking about such an extreme flooding threat here. Now, if I zoom in and kind of look at the radar here, and I'm not even 100% confident at this point, I can see a little bit of broad rotation, still kind of in the middle of Athens and Elkmont, but I'm still not 100% confident in that rotation. I'm picking it up on the Columbus radar, but I'm not really picking up on any sort of rotation on the Huntsville radar. The rotation not near as impressive there as it is on the Columbus, Mississippi radar. But at this point, we're also getting too far from the Columbus, Mississippi radar. So while we are talking about some broad rotation here in between Athens and Elkmont, I am somewhat pessimistic about this rotation. And what rotation is there is incredibly broad, but because it is showing up, that's something we obviously want to continue to watch and pay attention to until it dissipates completely. But at the same time, I also want to throw up our wind shear. And if we look at wind shear, there really is no wind shear. And wind shear is a really good indicator that we could potentially be talking about a tornado, because wind shear is a change in wind speed and especially wind direction as you go up in altitude. And so if you don't have a lot of wind shear, that means you don't have a lot of natural spin to the atmosphere, right? And if you don't have that natural spin, then there's really nothing for the thunderstorms to tap into to get them rotating even further. And so that can lessen your chances of getting any sort of tornadic activity. So we can go ahead and look at this on the Huntsville radar. Here's what I want to do. I want to look at this here, and the wind shear looks even less impressive if we look at it on the Huntsville radar. Any other updates, Emily?
I don't have any updates specifically to us, and since the area of rotation is extremely broad, I just want to talk about this really quick because it caught my eye. I'm trying to keep up with things on Facebook and Twitter as well X now as well, just to make sure I'm covering everything. And I saw and I checked to make sure that this was accurate on the USGS, the earthquake website, and it was actually reported that there was a 3.0 magnitude earthquake during a confirmed tornado in Mississippi today. It looks like it was just about 3 to 6 miles east of McGee, which is Highway 49. It's way down south in Mississippi, but Taylorsville was actually the town that was experiencing the confirmed tornado and also experiencing a 3.0 magnitude earthquake at the same time. So just when you think this day couldn't get any crazier, it goes and does that. But I have no updates specific to us here in the Tennessee Valley other than we're just going to continue to watch that area of broad rotation. We're not seeing any sort of indication that it's extremely, extremely tightening up. In fact, the Weather Service, they were the ones who, saw that it was just tightened just enough that they needed to go ahead and pull the trigger on another tornado warning. And this is the same cell that we've been tracking literally since about 1:30 this afternoon. I just got word from, my producer in the back to check on the power outages because we're starting to get a lot of power outages. It says that 823 residents are out of power in Sheffield. The Culver Heights community also has 762 residents without power. So let's see if I can pull that power outage map up for you. So yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if you start to see this become more widespread throughout the duration of this afternoon and into the evening, because we're also going to have that threat for damaging wind gusts as the system continues to move through, especially along that cold front. We're going to ride that cold front as it gets closer, and winds typically do seem to be a little stronger right along that cold front. So we're going to be watching for that as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if our power outage numbers continue to increase as well. I think we did see, yeah, no more indication from National Weather Service in Huntsville about this specific tornado warning that is set to expire right around 3:30. I wouldn't be surprised if they do kind of go ahead and let this expire a little bit earlier, just because that rotation is extremely broad in nature. I'm gonna try to get that pulled back up for you so we can check it together. We're gonna get through this day together, guys, because it looks like it could shape out to be a really long one. I hope that's not the case, but you always have to prepare for the worst when we have this extreme of severe weather threat for today and into tonight. So let's go to the Huntsville radar. We're going to swap it over to our velocity data. So it looks like any sort of rotation that was associated with that cell, it was to the north of Athens. Not really seeing a whole lot there anymore. And let's see. Yeah, no new notification for that one either. So, yeah, okay, so the National Weather Service, they said that they will be going ahead and expiring this pretty soon, so don't be surprised if you see this polygon, kind of move off of our graphics, and at that point, we won't have any tornado warnings in the Tennessee Valley if this one does go ahead and is expired earlier, which, like I said, it was set to expire in about 9 minutes. So they'll probably go ahead and expire it within the next couple of minutes or so. I just want to roll through things real quick and make sure I'm not missing anything that I need to relay to you. Were you trying to say something to me, Chloe?
No, she was talking to me.
Oh, she's talking to Jordan. Okay. Well, Jordan, do you have anything you need to say?
No. I think you have covered all the bases quite well. So again, the tornado warning should be allowed to expire here in the next couple of minutes. Emily was just mentioning that the rotation has really broadened up what rotation there actually was. So I was also just kind of following along with these storms back across northeast Mississippi. We're talking about another round of showers and thunderstorms. And this section here does come with a severe thunderstorm warning. Thankfully, it is just a severe thunderstorm warning, not talking about any tornado warnings. Emily, let me know when they officially cancel the tornado warning.
Okay.
So this is a severe thunderstorm warning, and if this storm holds together, it would again move up into northwest Alabama, Lauderdale, down into Colbert County. But then I was also going and looking through the storms because this entire area of northeast Mississippi has already seen what we're getting now, right? And then they're kind of getting this secondary band of showers and thunderstorms. And so I just kind of wanted to look, and I kind of wanted to go through here. And as I was kind of browsing this line of showers and thunderstorms, as Emily was talking with you, I was kind of looking, and there was something that caught my eye, and it was kind of the lack of severe thunderstorm warnings. It was the lack of tornado warnings, where the only one we actually have at play here is this severe thunderstorm warning just to the north of Tupelo over in northeast Mississippi. So I think what we're seeing over in northeast Mississippi could be a little bit of an indication of then what we're going to get across northwest Alabama if this activity maintains itself. We don't see any strengthening. Maybe we get another severe thunderstorm warning for Lauderdale and Colbert County. But otherwise, it would appear the environment is fairly well worked over back across northeast Mississippi. So you have storms that are definitely on the stronger end of the spectrum for sure. Probably talking about some gusty winds, a little bit of hail, and of course frequent thunder and lightning. But these storms don't meet severe criteria. We're also not talking about any tornado warnings within these storms. So that's a little bit of good news there. And I'm going to kind of hope that the case remains the same across the Tennessee Valley as that line more than likely moves up into the Tennessee Valley. So let's go back to this tornado warning. I know Emily said that they were probably going to allow it to expire early. Let's zoom back in on it. We still have another 6 minutes technically on this. So at this point, here's what I'm also going to do. I'm going to switch this back over to the Huntsville radar. At this point, we're talking about a storm that appears to have reasonably fallen apart. There's really not even a lot of lightning here anymore.
Hey, they expired it, Jordan.
And so the tornado warning has been officially allowed to expire. So the tornado warning no longer in effect for Limestone County, northern Limestone County, that went all the way up to the Alabama-Tennessee state line. So definitely some further good news there in that we no longer have any tornado warnings in effect across the Tennessee Valley. So we do still have the severe thunderstorm warning in play across much of North Alabama. And then otherwise, we just have some thunderstorms. So here we're looking at the Huntsville metro area. I can definitely hear the thunder here right outside the building. There's a little bit of lightning there, not a lot of lightning, but there's a little bit of lightning. Really not talking about a lot of hail. We had the hail back here with these storms, but elsewhere, we're not really talking about any hail across the Tennessee Valley. So definitely some good news there in that we're just talking about a lot of shower and thunderstorm activity, some stronger thunderstorms. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning. We no longer have the tornado warning. So because we no longer have the tornado warning, our Kenesha Dees is standing by. And so I'm going to send it over to her, and I'm sure she's got some updates for us. Kenesha.
Yes, thank you, Jordan, and thank you, Emily. I've just been scrubbing through social media, also looking on our NWS Slack chat. I have seen over in the Frankfurt area, Big Green area, that there's been some tennis ball size hail. I did reach out to the person who shared that information on X, on social media. I'm waiting to hear back, but this is just some of the impacts that we've seen so far in the Tennessee Valley. Also, what we've seen are power outages. Emily referred to it earlier, but the city of Sheffield has 823 residents. That's nearly 1,000 residents out of power. This is according to the Colbert County EMA. We're also seeing from Colbert Heights community that 762 people are without power. So again, our meteorologists have mentioned that it is going to be a very, very long day. Governor Kay Ivey mentioned that we are in a state of emergency. All 67 counties throughout the state are in a state of emergency because of severe weather. So even though things may be a little calm now, brace yourselves because it's not over yet. So these are just some of the things that we're seeing. We've also seen some hail. If we can pull up any picture of the hail and some of what we've seen, I think in the Killen area, can we share those images if possible? Okay, we're still waiting on that, but we saw some, it looked like a quarter golf ball size, not quite golf ball size, but golf ball size hail from Muscle Shoals. Again, these are the impacts that we're seeing. But in the meantime, while things are kind of calm, you can see at the bottom of your screen to find a shelter near you. You all definitely have a plan in place. These storms are very serious. It's always a matter of life or death. But if you don't know where to find a shelter, look at the number at the bottom of your screen, 256-382-2692. It's right there. Also, the same number you can use to send pictures of what you see in your area. Now, of course, we want you to do this when it's safe to do so. We definitely want you to be safe if you are going to send some pictures. But again, the reason why we want these pictures is not just to have them, not just to display them, but it helps us gather information, and it also helps you, the viewer, find out what's going on around you, how close in proximity you are to what may be some significant damage in the area or some impacts from the storm, be it hail or flooding. So that's also very, very important. But I'm going to continue to monitor what we see. A little bit ago, maybe 45 minutes ago, we've seen out of Limestone County some dime-size hail. We're still waiting on some of those pictures we saw earlier just to give you a look at what we've seen on our end and what's been shared to us. But yes, you all, we are starting to see more and more of the impacts from this storm. We definitely want you to be safe and continue to stay with us as we get through all of this together. I know it can be intimidating. We talked about how people get storm anxiety sometimes because it's that time of the year, but definitely hang in there. And right now I'm going to just toss it back over to our Fox 54 Weather Impact Chief Meteorologist, Jordan Dressman.
Hey, thanks so much, Kenesha, for those updates. Really greatly appreciate it. And she's right. As we continue to go through the rest of the afternoon, and as showers and thunderstorms continue to push their way through the Tennessee Valley, and we're talking about the gusty winds and the threat for embedded tornadoes within this, we're going to continue to see the number of power outages rise. So make sure you continue to have your plan in place. I certainly don't want you putting away your flashlights just because you think, okay, well, it's storming at my house, but it's really not that bad, okay? I don't want you to be putting your stuff away because there's an additional band of showers and thunderstorms back across northeast Mississippi, and that activity could come through. And if you haven't lost power yet, there's still the chance that you could lose power as we head into the later part of the afternoon. No active tornado warnings across the Tennessee Valley, but it does appear that maybe we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning back across northeast or northwest. Never mind, it just went away. It appeared that we had a new severe thunderstorm warning for northwest Alabama, but it appears that went away. We still do have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and it looks like we've really trimmed that back quite a bit. At this point, kind of looks like it just involves Limestone County. The tornado warning finally went away. So we still have the tornado warning in effect for Limestone, or severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Limestone County. Looks like we have the severe thunderstorm warning that might extend into Madison County just a little bit. And then we also have severe thunderstorm warning up across southern Middle Tennessee. And then we are continuing to watch this activity back across northeast Mississippi. Now, again, we do have the severe thunderstorm warning here, but that's it really as far as this line is concerned. But still, this line across northeast Mississippi is eventually going to move into northwest Alabama. And regardless of whether it has any warnings associated with it or not, we're still going to be talking about some very strong thunderstorms. There's a lot of lightning here, and that's an indicator that we're talking about some very strong thunderstorms. And then I want to see if this storm, this line of showers and thunderstorms here also has a history of producing a little bit of hail. Now, it's not as impressive as what we were talking about earlier, but this line does still have a history of producing a little bit of hail. So I also want to take a moment to remind you, and Kenesha was reminding you too, that if you have any damage photos, damage reports, we would love to get those. Our producer, Kenesha, they're all going through those digital reports, getting those to myself and Emily, and Kenesha's delivering you some of those damage reports. We love those damage reports. Now, like Kenesha said, and like I was saying earlier, we want you to give us those damage reports and send us your photos and your videos, but only when it's 100% safe. Only take those photos and videos if it is safe to do so. Certainly don't want you putting yourself in harm's way in the name of getting a photo or video. So only if it is 100% safe. Now, it is really easy to get us those photos and videos. Like, it is incredibly easy. You see that number there down on the bottom of your screen. It tells you to text the word shelter to 256-382-2692. Well, that'll send you a list of storm shelters, but this number also allows you to send us your weather photos. So you can send us your weather photos. Now, of course, we want to know where you took the photo, and we want to know who you are, because we want to make sure to give credit to you because you took the time to send us the weather photos. So we want to make sure that we're giving you credit. So when you can send us your weather photos, when you can send us your videos, make sure to do so. And you can send those to the number that's right there on your screen. That number is 256-382-2692. And that is a text message, right? So it goes directly to our phone, and our producer in the back, she can look at those right away, and Kenesha can see those right away. And that's really helpful for us because then we get to communicate that message to y'all that much quicker. So it really is a big help because, you know, I'm just here. I'm just in the studio. So I can tell you what I think is going on across the Tennessee Valley based on a radar picture, but I really rely on y'all at home at the same time to provide us kind of the proof, right, of what the radar is showing us, and you can do that. And so we greatly appreciate when you're able to do that, but only when it's safe. So let's zoom out. Let's look at the Tennessee Valley as a whole, shall we? So we still have the severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be for Limestone County. It looks like that's going to run until 3:45. So right around another 15 minutes on that. And then that is really the only severe thunderstorm warning. Now, I do wonder if they are, well, maybe they expired it. It kind of looks like they expired the severe thunderstorm warning that was here across northeast Mississippi. So that would also be a little bit of good news. I feel like, Emily, are we continuing to get more and more flooding reports? Do we think this is going to kind of transition into more of a flooding event this afternoon? I'll let you speak on that for a minute.
Yeah, so we've gotten both reports from Limestone and Lawrence counties of flooding. Townsend Ford Road, it looks like, has some flooding. Jordan, they're also mentioning that they're watching an area of rotation near more Lincoln County border. And then Alabama Highway 101, which is north of Town Creek, is also being flooded. And we were kind of anticipating this to happen as well. Sorry, I just want to make sure I wasn't missing a report. We were anticipating flooding to actually be an issue as well because of these storms. They're starting to slow down, and then they pick back up, and then they slow down once again, which actually increases our flooding threat a little bit. And So we got a tornado warning for Lincoln County in Tennessee.
So that would be the very edge
Yeah.
of Lincoln County, and I cannot imagine that the tornado warning is going to stick around very long. So we'll go ahead and come back to me if we will, please, and we'll talk about that. Now, this tornado warning is not going to stick around very long. Emily literally mentioned this to me, and then a couple of seconds later, the tornado warning was issued. So here's what we're looking at, and this is just barely within our viewing area. So we're not going to spend a lot of time on this. Now, I know we have some folks up into southern Middle Tennessee, a number of folks, but at this point, we're getting really far north up into southern Middle Tennessee. We're looking really far north into Lincoln County, but we are looking at a pretty impressive area. So this would be Moore County. Most of this tornado warning encompasses Moore County, and it runs until 4:15, but only a small portion of this. Here's what I want to do. I want to look at the velocity image here. So we are looking at some impressive rotation here, but you can kind of see how we're just barely on the edge here of Lincoln and Moore County. So here's that area of rotation that we're looking at, and this is just to the west of Lois. So and again, we're getting really far up into southern Middle Tennessee, but we are talking about some decent rotation that just broadened up with a new radar scan. But we are looking at some broad rotation, and it looks like this activity literally just moved out of Lincoln County. So at this point, this activity would be in Moore County up in southern Middle Tennessee, and that's kind of out of our coverage area. But we are still talking about some broad rotation. It was tighter just a couple of radar scans ago, but again, we've been talking about this through much of the afternoon, that we're talking about these storms that are cyclical in nature in that they pick up and then they kind of die down, pick up and die down a little bit. The wind shear here is actually quite impressive. This is probably some of the most impressive wind shear we've actually seen all day here up in southern Middle Tennessee. And I'll zoom it out and I'll look at the entire Tennessee Valley as a whole so you can kind of get a picture of what we're looking at. So here's North Alabama, and then we head up into, like, we're way north of Fayetteville at this point. So we're well north Lincoln County, and then heading up into Moore County in southern Middle Tennessee. So, and that tornado warning is going to run until 4:15 this afternoon, but it's going to be out of our viewing area here within the next couple of minutes. So we're going to continue to watch that while it still continues to sit in Lincoln County. But then we're also going to continue to pay attention to the showers and thunderstorms that we have back across North Alabama. And then I also want to continue to pay attention to the showers and thunderstorms that we have across Northeast Mississippi. No severe thunderstorm warnings associated with the storms back across Northeast Mississippi. No tornado warnings associated with those storms back in Northeast Mississippi. But that's something that we're going to continue to watch and something that we're going to continue to pay attention to, because there is a chance that these storms could easily strengthen again. But at the same time, I also think that the atmosphere is probably pretty worked over when it comes to Northwest Alabama. And that's definitely a little bit of good news. So we still have the severe thunderstorm warning here in Limestone County, and that's going to carry us through to 3:45. And then we do have the tornado warning, but we're really far up into southern Middle Tennessee. Let's go and we'll look at that for just a couple of minutes here. So we're heading further into Lincoln County, and then again, this is Moore County. So we'll go up and look at this. I don't believe I have any cameras up here. I really don't. I think the furthest north camera I have is Fayetteville. So I don't have anything this far to the north. We are still looking at some reasonably impressive wind shear here with this storm. We'll continue to zoom in. So this is well to the west of Estill Springs. And again, looking at some reasonably impressive wind shear. Now the lightning here is not all that impressive. Emily, do we have a new severe thunderstorm warning? Or did I read that wrong? And there's a really good chance I read that wrong.
It says they expired at Fort Lauderdale and Limestone.
Oh, okay. Okay,
I do, since we're on the air and since we don't have any impending weather here. I know we don't cover Tuscaloosa in our market area. Obviously, they are part of Birmingham, but I need to show you this because I do know there probably are a lot of parents up here in this area that might be watching us and they have a child that they have that's a student at the University of Alabama. If I can get back to my graphics right here, we got a really impressive area of rotation here. It looks like it's just going to pass to the north of Tuscaloosa. It did have gate-to-gate shear earlier as well. It's in between Coker and Gordo right now, so that's going to be Highway 82. But that is probably the most impressive cell that we have seen so far today throughout the state of Alabama. But I just wanted to mention that really briefly just because, like I said, I know Tuscaloosa is a very popular place to visit, and it is a very populous area just because of the University of Alabama being there. But it does look like it is going to go to the north of Tuscaloosa, like the actual city of Tuscaloosa, but Tuscaloosa County will remain under a tornado warning. And let's see, no additional information from the National Weather Service other than a few areas of flooding. Bethel and Miller Lane in Limestone County is got some reports of flooding, and like we were talking about earlier, some of these specific cells are dropping rain very fast. So we've got a very high rainfall rate within some of these storms that have developed today, and that's just going to continue to make things worse, especially if some of these storms do start to slow down a little bit. No indication. Let's see, no indication whether or not. Let me go back to our of any new warnings, anything like that. So really all we're just going to have to watch for is flooding, which we do have a flood watch that is in effect until tomorrow. So we're going to continue to watch that probably in between our breaks in any impending severe weather that we have. That's probably what we'll watch for the most. And of course we're going to watch for some different areas of rotation. So that tornado warning in Tuscaloosa that I was talking about has now been confirmed. So if you hear my voice and you do know anybody in Tuscaloosa, like I said, I know they're not part of our area, but it is very populous, and that is the most impressive storm that I've seen today. Definitely call somebody and let them know, hey, this is on the way. But as for us here in the Tennessee Valley, we just have that one severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like. It does include Athens, and it looks like it does include Ardmore as well. But that's really all that we've got going on right now. I'm going to continue to watch for flooding reports, and of course if we do have any sort of trees down, things like that, I'm going to watch for those as well. But for right now, I'm going to go ahead and send it back to Jordan.
I should make sure. Yeah. And actually, it looks like the severe thunderstorm warning was actually allowed to expire. So it looks like they expired it a little bit early, just a couple of minutes early. They posted about this just a couple of minutes ago. So currently, what we have across the Tennessee Valley is a situation that is actually semi-uneventful. So let's look, and I say semi because there's still a lot going on. We're obviously still talking about some showers and thunderstorms. We're talking about some additional thunderstorms back across northeast Mississippi, beginning to head into northwest Alabama. But none of this activity comes with any severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings. As a matter of fact, if we go down and look at the line in general, you got to get well south of the area before you get into any sort of warnings. And it looks like that activity would stay south of the Tennessee Valley. We'll make this easy on ourselves and go back up the easy way. So this severe thunderstorm warning is no longer in effect. Now, at this point, the tornado warning is actually out of our coverage area at this point. So we're getting north of Winchester. Now, I know we have some viewers in Winchester.
Lincoln was expired from the tornado warning.
So at this point, all we have is Moore County. And like I was saying, I know we have a couple of viewers in Winchester. There's some folks that like to remind me that they frequently watch from Winchester up in southern Middle Tennessee. That's Moore County up in southern Middle Tennessee, and I appreciate their viewership. So I will go ahead and tell our friends and our viewers in Winchester that they are not included in this tornado warning. And as a matter of fact, it looks like the strongest part of this storm is going to slide to the north. But then, like Emily was saying, it looks like, Emily was just saying, it doesn't look like, it's a fact, that Lincoln County was dropped from the tornado warning. And then again, if you're in Winchester, and again, I know we have a few folks that like to watch us up in Winchester, and I certainly appreciate you for that. The tornado warning that is in effect for Moore County does not actually involve Winchester. Now, north of Winchester, I don't really think anybody can see us. So let's zoom things out and let's look at the Tennessee Valley as a whole. Again, we really have no active tornado warnings in effect for North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. We have no active severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. But this is something we're going to continue to watch. This is something we're going to continue to pay attention to. And I'm going to look at a couple of things. Kanisha is behind the camera nodding at me with excitement, so I can tell. Kanisha has an update for me.
Yes, I believe we have the photos out of Frankfort in the Franklin County area, Frankfort-Vergreen area. Do we have those photos up? We still don't have those photos up. That's okay. We're working on it. But I will say we do have an update. We mentioned an apartment fire over in Moulton in Lawrence County. Apparently a lightning strike caused an apartment to catch fire, and we do have our team who are safely headed that way. So we'll have more information on that as it becomes available to us. But we're going to continue to monitor every situation. I want to say, too, that our FOX54 Weather Impact team, who's been so diligent in keeping all of us informed, one thing that they consistently mentioned was flooding and their reports. And I will say that is important. You've heard the old age saying, tried and true, turn around, don't drown. Well, you shouldn't be out anyway. You should be at home in your safe space. But it seems like flooding is going to be a big thing tonight. I've seen it myself in the NWS, National Weather Service. That's what NWS stands for, the National Weather Service Slack chat. And flooding seems to be a big thing. So you don't want to be out there on the road. We're hoping that you're safe and you're watching us, and continue to stay with us and keep us updated as we give you more of that information. But yes, turn around, don't drown, stay home. Just hang in there a little longer. We're stretching well throughout today into tomorrow, and we hope by tomorrow most of it will be cleared out. But until then, we need you all just to stay put and tune in with us. Another thing I want to mention too is we're seeing multiple reports of flooding, but we're also seeing, let's see. Okay, I must not have heard our producer in my ear. I was going to mention the power outage, but I believe we do have those photos from the hail. From Franklin County. Yes. Mr. Tyler Elkins. This is courtesy of Tyler Elkins. He sent us, or rather he shared on social media, this hail, marble to tennis ball size, he's saying. And then I believe we also have video of that. Can we pull that up as well?
I think she said the video's unavailable.
The video's unavailable right now, but just to give you a description of the video, what you see is basically in that video. The video shows a lot of that hail coming down, but just look at the size of that. That is what we're seeing throughout the Tennessee Valley. And just to give you some context to where this is in Frankfort-Vergreen area in Franklin County. We're going to see a lot of interesting impacts here based off of our severe weather coverage. That's just a snippet of it. That's a little bit of what we've been gathering and what we've seen. I know Emily, she also shared a picture of hail. Emily, what size was that? Do you remember?
So that was in Muscle Shoals, and it was about ping pong ball sized hail.
Ping pong, okay. So varying sizes of what we're seeing. So we're seeing that. We're seeing flooding. You guys, we're really seeing the impacts of this storm. All the more reason for you to stay home. I'll have to remind you again about the shelters. That's very important. You can see at the bottom of your screen. It's right now. It seems as though there's some storms that aren't in the tornado warning. Is that right? We're not in tornado warning
No.
in some areas.
No
Okay.
tornado warnings across the Tennessee Valley.
Okay.
And I'll actually take it back from Kenesha
Okay.
here for just a second. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued. Now, normally, if these severe thunderstorm warnings are capable of producing a tornado, then you would get a tornado possible tag. But at this point, the biggest concern here is going to be just the threat for some gusty winds. I just got a notification that the tornado watch for Giles County up in southern Middle Tennessee has actually been allowed to expire. So for our viewers up in Giles County in southern Middle Tennessee, the tornado watch has been allowed to expire. So definitely a little bit of good news there. And we're going to continue to watch this storm over the next several minutes. But at this point, things are much quieter across the Tennessee Valley, relatively speaking. We're not talking about any active tornado warnings across the Tennessee Valley. Now, we are talking about the severe thunderstorm warning that is currently in effect for far north Alabama. That would be Madison County and Jackson County. And once again, the big concern there is definitely going to be the threat for some gusty winds. But otherwise, we're not really talking about any hail. There was some hail a little while ago, but that hail has really kind of since come to an end. So let's zoom things out and let's look at the entire Tennessee Valley as a whole. Only the one severe thunderstorm warning there, not necessarily showing any signs that it's going to be capable of producing a tornado. I want to go back and look at this line of showers and thunderstorms across northeast Mississippi. I want to look at this one more time as we go down here. There's one severe thunderstorm warning well to the south, but that would stay to the south of the Tennessee Valley. We do have the tornado warning that is in effect down there. That would involve Tuscaloosa and the University of Alabama. Now, there is a small chance that it could clip Coleman County, but Emily was kind of talking about it earlier, and I was talking about it a little while ago. We've seen so much rain across the Tennessee Valley that flooding is becoming a really big concern across our area. Our atmosphere has also been really overworked by a lot of this rain that we've seen across the Tennessee Valley. And that means we're going to get to a point where it's going to become difficult for severe weather to sustain itself across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. So obviously we are going to watch those cells to the south. We're going to watch and kind of continue to see how they act. But in the meantime, we're not really talking about any major threats or any major concerns across the Tennessee Valley. So I think we're going to continue to watch the severe thunderstorm warning kind of behind the scenes, but the biggest threat there, once again, just going to continue to be the threat for some gusty winds and some heavy rain. We're going to continue to watch for some flash flooding across the Tennessee Valley, and then we are going to pay attention to the line of showers and thunderstorms that's back across northeast Mississippi, eventually going to move into northwest Alabama. But again, no severe thunderstorm warnings associated with that activity. So we are quieter, relatively speaking, across the Tennessee Valley in that we have no tornado warnings. The severe thunderstorm warning here is just to account for the gusty winds. So considering the fact that we have no tornado warnings, I kind of want to go behind the scenes with Emily, and I want to look at the radar and see where we're going to be at as far as the forecast is concerned over the next couple of hours, over the next 3 to 4 hours, and then eventually as we head into the later part of the evening, so we can talk about the overall threat for severe weather across the Tennessee Valley. But considering that there are no active tornado warnings and no imminent threat of tornadic activity across the Tennessee Valley, I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is send you back over to our regular programming.
With your certified most accurate forecast, this is a Fox 54 Weather Impact Alert.
Hey, good afternoon, Tennessee Valley. I'm Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. Wanted to break into programming to tell you about a new tornado warning. Now, this tornado warning is going to be in effect for Coleman County. Emily, you said this was going to run until 5:30, correct?
Correct, yes.
So, tornado warning for Coleman County. It's going to run until 5:30 p.m. This specific storm moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. Now, this is a storm Emily has been, in particular, has been tracking for the last several minutes. Now, currently, still out of our forecast area. This storm sitting just to the south of Coleman, but this storm does have a history of producing a tornado, and it's had a history for probably about the last 30 to 45 minutes as it's continued to draw to the northeast. And currently, it looks like it's going to move up into Coleman County. Now, the one thing Emily and I have noticed here over the last couple of radar scans is that it looks like this storm has been weakening. Still, it's something we're going to continue to watch and something we're going to continue to pay attention to, especially as it begins to move into Coleman County. Currently moving through Simsey. You're looking at the shear rate. Now, the shear rate is a really good tool. It tells us whether we're talking about some solid rotation, and it looks like we certainly are talking about the potential for some solid rotation south of Coleman County. Again, here's Coleman County. You can kind of see the outline of Coleman County. We're talking about something that is currently south of Coleman County. So we're going to continue to watch this. We're going to continue to pay attention to this storm. It has looked really impressive for probably about the last hour or hour and a half. And because it's been able to hold itself together, the National Weather Service here in Huntsville has gone ahead and continued the tornado warning up into Coleman County. Now, this isn't all of Coleman County, so if we can zoom things out, let me move my map back. So if we can zoom things out, and as a matter of fact, if we look a little further to the south, there is actually another tornado warning in effect further to the south. But what we're going to be focused on is Coleman County. I zoomed out the wrong way. So this does include the city of Coleman. So if you're in Coleman, think about getting into your tornado safe place. You don't need to be there just yet, but think about getting into your tornado safe place. Honestly, this area of interest still probably 20 minutes or so from Coleman, maybe even a little bit longer. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to put a track on this. I see a couple of people already doing it. If you need to know where the latest, where your local public storm shelter is, you can text shelter to 256-382-2692. So we're just going to pull this out. This storm is moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So we're just going to put a track on this, and then I'm going to move this. It would be in Dodge City within the next 20 minutes. It would be in Good Hope within the next 24 minutes. And if it holds itself together, it would make its way into Coleman probably over the next 28 minutes. So something we're going to continue to watch. We're going to continue to watch this very carefully. Now, the environment across North Alabama is very different than that of the environment across Central and South Alabama. The environment across North Alabama is one that is not necessarily conducive for the development of severe weather. But we have gone ahead and issued the tornado warning kind of out in advance of this storm that has not actually technically pushed its way into Coleman County. So right now, if you're in Coleman, you still have some time to prepare. You still have some time to get into your tornado safe place. But we are talking about a supercell thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado that is gradually going to push its way into Coleman County here over the next 10 or 15 minutes. Like I showed you, it was still going to be another 25 or almost 30 minutes before this storm actually pushed its way up into Coleman. Just a couple of minutes away at this point from southern Coleman County. Now, like I said, Emily specifically has been watching this storm for the last several minutes. She's probably been following this since we went off the air the last time. So she's been watching this for about the last 30 to 45 minutes, close to an hour. And she's kind of been paying attention to how this storm has developed and evolved. So if we zoom in here, I want to zoom in on Coleman County. If you're in Good Hope, I want you to get into your tornado safe place. If you're in Hanceville, I want you to get into your tornado safe place. And then, of course, if you are in Coleman, you should also think about getting into your tornado safe place as well. Here's what we're watching. We're watching this area here, still sitting just to the south of Coleman County. Emily, our producer, says we have live video from Arley. Do we want to take that? What do you think?
Let's take it just to see.
Okay. I see a lot of rain in Arley. I don't see anything that looks like a tornado. So definitely some good news there. But it also looks like we're talking about some very heavy rain. So whatever you're talking about does have the potential to be rain wrapped, which would make it very difficult to see. And Emily was looking at this earlier and she was showing me. Now we have seen a couple of photos.
All right, they're going confirmed with this again. So this is a confirmed tornado.
Are they going confirmed as far as Huntsville is concerned?
Yes.
Okay, so if we could come back to me, that'd be great. So confirming that the tornado is on the ground, what Emily was just saying. Actually, Emily, I'll let you explain that.
Okay, so I said again because we have been watching this particular cell. It started, I would say, probably to the west of Tuscaloosa, maybe around the Coker area, and it ramped up. They had a confirmed tornado just to the west of Tuscaloosa, so it didn't actually impact the city of Tuscaloosa. The University of Alabama was fine, and it has continued, moved through Walker County, continuing to do that, and it recycled once again. So we have been seeing this. It has been confirmed already, and we are just getting word from the National Weather Service that they are going to go confirmed with this again because they are showing some sort of a debris signature. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in and see if I see that as well. So that would probably be right here as some sort of debris signature that they're watching. So like I said earlier, National Weather Service, they have confirmed this tornado. It is 100% confirmed because they do have that debris ball that you can see that I've circled. It's just to the north of Sipsey. So once again, confirmed tornado. If you are in Coleman County specifically, I'll actually just zoom in to your areas. I want to put the velocity back on though real quick because let's see, let me make sure I'm on Birmingham's radar too, so that way we can get a better idea. So shear rates there as well. Everything's lining up with this. But if you are in the Coleman polygon, now notice it's not county-based anymore, so this is going to include Hanceville. If you know anybody in Hanceville, if you know anybody in Good Hope, this is going to go right over I-65. It's probably going to affect Wallace State. Coleman, the city of Coleman needs to go ahead and get in their safe space. Holly Pond needs to go ahead and get in their safe space as well. Like I said, this is going to go right over Dodge City on I-65. So if you know anybody there, definitely want to go ahead and warn them. And after it crosses over into Holly Pond, if this thing holds together, which, like I said, it's already been through 2 counties, about to go through its 3rd, potentially we could see this clipping northern Blount moving into Marshall County. We'll worry about that when the time comes, but I just want to give you a heads up. If you do know someone in North Blount, if you do know anybody in Marshall specifically, I would say probably around Douglas, Arab, Albertville, just go ahead and give them the heads up. They're not under a tornado warning at the moment, but I just want to say that because this storm has been confirmed twice already. So this specific cell, it has already produced a tornado in Tuscaloosa County. It was specifically towards the west of the city of Tuscaloosa, moved through Coker, and it took a track through Sipsey already. Didn't affect Jasper or Dora, but it really just kind of went along that I-22 area in between Jasper and Dora. And right now is where we are starting to see it finally cross over the Walker County, Coleman County line. So this is going to move right along Wilburn. You need to go ahead and get in your safe space. Arkadelphia, Black Bottom, Bremen, Alabama needs to go ahead and get in their safe space. Dodge City, Garden City, I mentioned Hanceville earlier. Wallace State is there, so definitely make sure that if you know anybody there that they're in their safe space. And I mentioned earlier, this would also be going into Holly Pond, so this is going to cross over, it looks like 278 where Holly Pond is, in between Holly Pond and the city of Coleman. So Highway 278 probably going to be affected by this as well. Like Jordan mentioned, I Last time we broke into programming, I had mentioned this specifically because National Weather Service in Huntsville told us to keep our eyes on it, just because it has been so potent and it has already recycled about 3 to 4 different times, and it's confirmed twice already with a confirmation on it right now as it moves into Coleman County. So this is going to last until 5:30. It's moving at about 55 miles per hour. So let's see if I can put some cities on with this for you, and we can call out people specifically. So if you hear me call out your name, I'm going to take this all the way through Holly Pond. I know I said it's only moving 55, but Garden City, Dodge City, Loretto, Hanceville, it looks like it's going to move through East Point, Riverside, potentially affecting Blunsville, which is going to be Blount County, moving through Holly Pond as well. So, and if you know anybody within Marshall County, probably would just say, hey, like, you want to pay attention to the weather, because this specific cell, it has already cycled itself numerous of times, and it has already been reported twice as a confirmed tornado. So this isn't just radar indicated. This is an actual tornado that is on the ground and has been confirmed. I don't see anything new with this particular thing, Jordan, but yeah, nothing new on this specific warning for this. I forget because I have to go back into the Birmingham chat for Coleman, but don't see anything from their
Emily,
side
I
either.
don't. Excuse me, I don't see anything new either with this storm. It is something, however, that we are going to want to continue to pay really close attention to, because like Emily said, and Emily is incredibly familiar with this part of North Alabama. This storm has been very cyclical. It has been confirmed. I think Emily said this is the second time now that this has been a confirmed tornado on the ground. So this is something we want to continue to watch and monitor it very closely as it continues to push its way up into Coleman County. Still holding on to the decent velocity signature here. And then if we look at the shear rate now, the radar loop just updated. Now the shear rate is backing off just a little bit. So we're going to consider that a little bit of good news, but we're still talking about some impressive shear here. We're still talking about some impressive wind shear. And again, wind shear is that change in wind speed and wind direction as you go up in altitude. So still definitely looking a little impressive, and something we're going to continue to monitor here over the next several minutes. So I wanted to zoom in here, and Emily was mentioning a couple of these cities. Arca, Philadelphia, again, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe place. Wilburn, you're definitely going to want to be in your tornado safe place here over the next couple of minutes. As a matter of fact, you kind of want to be there right now as this very powerful storm continues to push its way to the northeast up into Coleman County. So radar updated just once again, and it looks like the shear rate looks a little more impressive. So as this storm slowly begins to inch its way into Coleman County, it's actually holding itself together reasonably well. So that's something we're going to continue to pay attention to, and obviously something we're going to continue to monitor here over the next couple of minutes. Again, only Coleman County right now under the tornado warning, but this is a confirmed tornado. Now, I don't believe we have any reports, and Emily will definitely correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe we have any reports of any sightings of a tornado on the ground in Coleman County specifically. But there were reports of a tornado on the ground in Pickens County. So that's something we're going to continue to watch as this storm moves up into Coleman County. We're also talking about a lot of lightning here, and we're also talking about, in general, we're talking about some very heavy rain. And so even though it's the middle of the afternoon, if there is a tornado on the ground, it could be very difficult to see because a tornado would, in fact, be rain wrapped. So that could make it very difficult in of itself to actually see. So tornado warning in effect for Coleman County. This tornado warning going to run until 5:30 this evening. Right now, tornado warning in effect for Coleman County, and that is going to run until 5:30 this evening. All of our parameters continue to point to the fact that there may or may not be a potential tornado. If you just look at the thing on radar, if you just look at the storm on radar, and we're south of Hansville at this point. And here's I-65, so we're still on the west side of I-65, just to the southwest of I-65. As a matter of fact, if you look at the velocity image, storm relative velocity, and even if you look at normal velocity, you can tell that we're talking about some incredibly gusty winds. As you kind of get into the brighter reds, it almost kind of looks like it has this pink hue to it. So continuing to talk about some incredibly gusty winds. And then the rotation there is actually semi-compact. So we're talking about some decent rotation. And then, of course, we are talking about the impressive wind shear, which does look like it might have backed off just a little bit. But again, like Emily said, it has been very cyclical over the last several minutes. So while it has backed off for the time being, we certainly don't want to get our hopes up there and assume that this tornado is winding down, because again, it does have a history as it's continued to push its way through central Alabama and now beginning to gradually push its way into North Alabama and continuing now to move through Coleman County. So we're going to continue to watch this. We're going to continue to monitor it. Again, tornado warning in effect for Coleman County. That is going to run until 5:30. If you're in Dodge City, you need to be getting into your tornado safe place. If you're in Hanceville, you totally need to be getting into your tornado safe place. The same if you're in Good Hope. Now, again, the most important area of interest, the most impactful area, has yet to cross the I-65 corridor. So there is still a little bit of time, still a couple of minutes. If you're in Dodge City, you have time to get to your tornado safe place. If you're in Hanceville, if you're in Good Hope, you have time to get to your tornado safe place. If you're in Coleman, again, need to be getting into your tornado safe place. And the same can also be said if you're in Holly Pond. So we're still talking about an area of interest. Here's I-65, the I-65 corridor here, Dodge City, and then Hanceville. We're talking about an area that is just to the west of I-65, should be getting ready to cross the I-65 corridor, probably here over the next couple of minutes. And this storm does have a history of sustaining itself. So that's why it's important. That's why the tornado warning was issued for Coleman County, and that's why we've gone with the confirmed tornado. Though again, I don't know if we've had any actual reports of a tornado on the ground specifically in Coleman County. Radar just updated once again as we get closer to Dodge City. Again, if you're in Dodge City, you really need to be getting into your tornado safe place. At this point, the most impactful part of this storm, probably just 3 to 5 minutes, maybe even less than that, away from crossing the I-65 corridor. And then if you're in Hanceville, you really need to be in your tornado safe place there as well. Yes, the storm does appear to be weakening a little bit as it continues to push its way up through Coleman County, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're going to turn our attention away from it, because this has been a very powerful storm as it's pushed its way through central Alabama. Like Emily was saying, and she talked about this the last time we were on the air, she was talking about this storm all the way back when it was in Tuscaloosa. So this is something that we have been watching for the last several minutes, and Emily's really been watching the evolution of this storm quite closely. And she was talking about how it has a history of kind of strengthening and then weakening. And when it's strengthening, it's really strengthening and increasing the potential for there to be a tornado on the ground. Again, the National Weather Service office here in Huntsville has gone with the confirmed tornado tag, but Emily, I don't believe we have confirmed reports of anything on the ground specifically in Coleman County, right?
So Sipsey Fire Department, they are saying confirmed tornado, and Sipsey's located just to the north of Argo, so it's going to be a little bit, I would say probably just a little bit southwest of Arkadelphia. So this is coming straight from Sipsey Fire Department, that they have visually seen a tornado, and they are also reporting that it has damage with it as well. That's the only thing that I have seen so far on this, which if we have good news, that's going to be it. That's the only report we have got so far. But with it being a confirmed tornado, I will expect to see more reports, especially after this tornado warning is allowed to expire. But as of right now, that's all I've got. It's going to continue to move towards Arkadelphia, it's still going to go, looking like it's still going to go through Hanceville. Still going to track through Bremen, Dodge City, like I said, Hanceville, Holly Pond. Chloe, also, I want you to watch the, we've got a Coleman camera, and I think it's on top of Coleman High School, so if you'll watch that in the back for me. Okay, so she's going to keep her eyes on that, and if she sees anything, we'll pull that up. But as of right now, we don't have anything on that. It looks like it's just a lot of heavy rainfall at the moment. Let's see what we got going on when we're talking about our velocity data. If we can get that going for us. I'll swap it over to the Birmingham radar since it is closer to it. Let me see. Okay, so we got another report from Sipsey Fire Department, it looks like. If I can get that going for you. That they also have more damage reported with that, if I can find that. Okay, so it says Sipsey firefighter. It says that he is searching houses with damage on Sipsey Road. So Sipsey Road it's kind of still going to be on that borderline Walker County, but just enough, close to Coleman County as this was moving through. Like I said, Sipsey is just to the south of Arkadelphia, probably 20 minutes away from Arkadelphia if you were driving. So that's good indication that this tornado is confirmed. And we're just going to keep rolling with it. We're going to continue to watch very closely if we see any sort of, tightening within that rotation. And I'll put us back on our velocity data if I can get that going for us. And it looks like it still looks impressive, but it has weakened a little bit within the past scan that we've seen. So this is it right here behind me. This is this area of rotation that we're watching. So it is basically about to be in Dodge City. So Dodge City, if you can hear my voice, you do not have time to waste. You need to be in your safe place immediately. It's going to go straight through Dodge City. Looks like it probably will clip the outskirts on the western side of Hanceville. Looks like it could potentially clip the southern portion of the city of Coleman. So if any of your locations that I just called out, if you heard any of them, go ahead and get in your safe space immediately. Holly Pond, you're going to be next in line for this. Don't have any sort of indication if this is going to go through Marshall County, but I wouldn't be surprised if it does, just because this has cycled back up. We've seen it die down. We've seen it increase. We've got a confirmed tornado on this twice just within this specific cell. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do go ahead and extend this into Marshall County, but we're not there quite yet. So Marshall County, if you're within Marshall County, you don't need to be in your safe place. You're not under a tornado warning at the moment. I just want to call your attention to it so you can be ready to go if we do have that polygon that does become issued. So as of right now, we just have the tornado warning for Coleman County, portions of Coleman County. This is going to run until about 5:30. This particular cell was moving about 55 miles per hour to the north and east. But as of anything that I've already told you, it doesn't look like we have any new information on that whatsoever. Probably seeing a little bit of hail within this, up to about maybe an inch or so. And nothing new. They updated the warning, and we have nothing new with that either. So as of right now, it still stands. So be in your safe space, whether that is your basement or your storm shelter. If you don't have either of those, you want to be in the most interior room of your home, away from exterior walls, and you want to be away from windows and doors. You want to have some sort of protection for your head, whether that be a bicycle helmet. I know we've pulled our mattress off of our bed before and used that to shield us. Just go ahead and be prepared for worst case scenario, which is what we've been saying all day, because we have a primed atmosphere for tornadic development. Now, I will say the rain looks like it has worked in our favor a little bit, and it's kind of helping to stabilize us just a little bit. where we're not expecting widespread tornadoes throughout the duration of the rest of today and into tonight. But we still have just enough juice in the atmosphere that if we do have a tornado warning, don't be surprised there, because we've been talking about it for the past couple of days here. So no new information my way, Jordan. I'm just going to continue to watch this and make sure that, you know, it continues to die down. If we're talking about the velocity data, which it has done with the newest scan, it still is there and it still is enough to have me concerned, but it's not as tight as it has been the past previous scans that we have seen from this specific cell. But it is going right over Dodge City at the moment. So Dodge City, go ahead and be in your safe space for this. So I'm going to go ahead and toss it back over to Jordan, and I'm going to keep monitoring this behind the scenes.
No, I totally agree with Emily. We have seen some definite broadening as far as the rotation is concerned. And at this point, I want to switch this over to the Huntsville radar. I've been using the Birmingham radar, but at this point, we're beginning to move farther north up into, maybe I don't want to use the Huntsville radar. We've been beginning to move farther north up into Coleman County that I thought it would be appropriate to use the Huntsville radar. So we'll stick with the Birmingham radar. Now, we're beginning to see this rotation broaden just a little bit. Now, I'm not 100% confident that they would allow this tornado warning to expire at 5:15. As a matter of fact, if it continues to look like this, I would imagine that they would just keep this tornado warning going for the next several minutes. And maybe Emily was kind of talking about it earlier, even as we head up into Marshall County. So at this point, we're just to the north of Dodge City. If you're in Good Hope, if you're in Hanceville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. We've moved just to the north of Dodge City. We've just crossed the I-65 corridor. So now we're on the eastern side of I-65. If you're in Hanceville, if you're in Good Hope, you need to get into your tornado safe place, because we are talking about the potential of a tornado on the ground. This tornado has sustained itself for a very long time at this point. Like I was telling you earlier, Emily's been tracking this tornado or this potential tornado ever since it first really originated way back in Tuscaloosa. And so Emily has been tracking this tornado for an incredibly long time, and this tornado has had a really solid history of actually sustaining itself. And here you can even see some of that, still talking about some impressive wind shear down in Coleman County. So again, if you're in Good Hope, if you're in Hanceville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. This storm has officially crossed the I-65 corridor, so now on the eastern portions of I-65. We're going to continue to monitor this, but like Emily said, not a lot has changed over the last couple of minutes. If anything has changed, maybe the lightning has gone down a little bit. Emphasis here on a little bit. It looks a little better now than it did 5 minutes ago. Which would be an indicator that maybe the storm is beginning to weaken ever so slightly. But again, if you're in Good Hope, if you're in Hanceville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. You should still be in your tornado safe place if you're in Dodge City. I'll let you know if you're in Dodge City when you can come out of your tornado safe place, but for the time being, that's exactly where you should be. So storm literally moving up into Good Hope kind of as we speak, but still, if you're in Good Hope, if you're in Hanceville, really need to be in your tornado safe place. You should have been there already. If you're not there, then at this point you need to get there quickly. If you're in Dodge City, you're going to stay in your tornado safe place for the next couple of minutes, over the next couple of radar scans, and then this storm is going to begin to push its way a little further to the north and a little further to the east, at which point folks in Dodge City would be in the clear. But right now it looks like our main focus is going to be Good Hope, and it looks like it's going to be Hanceville. Those folks really need to be in their tornado safe places. We're talking about potentially a very dangerous situation. Once again, the wind shear looks like it's continuing to hold as this storm moves up into Coleman County. If you're in Coleman, I really want you to be heading to your tornado safe place. It looks like the main area of impact is going to slide just to the south of Coleman. Again, it's sliding just barely to the south or right over Good Hope. So it's likely going to slide just to the south of Coleman, but we certainly want to be safe. So if you're in Coleman, you really need to be in your tornado safe place. You are included within the tornado warning after all. And then if you're in Hanceville, it looks like this is probably going to slide just barely, emphasis here, just barely to the north of Hanceville. But you're still going to want to be in your tornado safe place if you're in Hanceville. So Hanceville, Coleman, Good Hope, everybody there definitely needs to be in your tornado safe place.
Hey, Jordan, we have got some video coming out of Dora, Alabama.
Okay.
Oh, it is. Okay, it is actually from Empire, Alabama, which is just outside of Sipsey, which is what we were mentioning earlier. And it looks like that is that storm that we have been tracking. I can't tell from this video if that's where at a point it was on the ground, because like I mentioned earlier in the day, it's not technically, and you saw the power flashes right there. So this is a pretty significant storm that we got on our hands. But I mentioned earlier today, it's not technically classified as a tornado until that funnel cloud reaches the ground. But that right there, you can see the rotation within it as well. So this is the same cell that is still ongoing, the same cell that produced a tornado on the western side of Tuscaloosa. And this particular storm is still going strong, it looks like. Looks like it's going to be crossing over 278 here within the next couple of minutes. So Holly Pond and Coleman, you need to be in your safe place for this. Jordan, I still don't have any new information on this, but this video is extremely helpful to be able to show, what we're dealing with today and what we could potentially be dealing with heading into this evening.
Yeah, no, it definitely still brings about a really important message that we want to continue to convey, that while we have been relatively quiet across North Alabama and southern Middle Tennessee, there are still parts of our environment that could definitely be conducive for the development of severe weather. And so that's something that we're going to want to continue to pay attention to. And I agree with Emily, it's kind of hard to tell from this exact video. It kind of looks like there's something heading towards the ground, but as that video got behind the trees, it was really difficult to tell. And you might not even be able to tell even if you were to zoom in the video. There's no guarantee that you would actually be able to tell. So just to the north of Good Hope now, the wind shear has backed off a little bit here over the last couple of radar scans, probably there while Emily was talking and showing you that video. It looks like the wind shear has backed off a little bit. But if you are in Coleman, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Now, folks in Dodge City, I told you when I would tell you when you were able to leave, you can leave your tornado safe place if you're in Dodge City. The most impactful portion of this storm has since moved to the north of Dodge City. If you're in Hanceville, I think you can get out of your tornado safe place as well. The most impactful part of this storm has moved north of Hanceville. If you're in Good Hope, if you're in Coleman, you're definitely going to want to be in your tornado safe place for the next couple of minutes. And then as we head up into Holly Pond, if you're in Holly Pond, you should be in your tornado safe place. If you're not there yet, you should definitely head there now as we continue to watch potentially a very dangerous situation unfold here as we watch this storm continue to push its way through Coleman County. So let's look at the velocity image here. We're talking about decent rotation. As a matter of fact, it really looks like this rotation kind of sustaining itself as it moves up through Coleman County. So the tornado warning is supposed to expire at 5:30. As it stands right now, I don't really foresee the tornado warning actually expiring at 5:30, just because it continues to look like this storm is holding itself together, now beginning to move to the east side of Good Hope, sitting just to the south of Coleman. If you're in Coleman, you really, really need to be in your tornado safe place, and you need to be heading there now. If you're in Holly Pond, you still got a couple of minutes if you're in Holly Pond.
We got a new tornado warning for Lauderdale and Colbert counties.
Let's go there real quick, just to see what we're looking at. Lauderdale and Colbert County. So
yeah.
Let's zoom things out. I don't
and
see.
It's going to last until 6 o'clock.
I don't see the polygon.
It's a little bit northwest of Russellville.
Okay, so we're going north of Russellville. Still waiting on that to populate. So hopefully that'll populate here in just a second, so we can look at that. So a brand new tornado warning for Lauderdale. You said Lauderdale and Colbert County.
Yes. If that doesn't populate
There
on,
it is.
okay, I was about to say I've got it over here. If it doesn't, yes. So Lauderdale and Colbert until 6 o'clock this evening.
So brand new tornado warning in effect for Lauderdale and Colbert County. And that is, like Emily said, going to run until 6 o'clock this evening. So let's zoom in here. and let's kind of get an idea of what we're looking at. We'll go back. I'll let Emily do the Coleman County storm, and then I'll focus on the storm up here in Lauderdale and Colbert County. So we're probably going to be focused on this area here where you kind of see the brighter greens. That's going to indicate first and foremost some incredibly gusty winds. So if you're in Tuscumbia, if you're in Florence, once again, need to be in your tornado safe place. Looks like this storm is once again tracking to the northeast. Looks like it's going to continue to move through Colbert County and then up into Lauderdale County over the next several minutes. So once again, brand new tornado warning in effect for Lauderdale and Colbert County. Looks like that tornado warning is going to run, Emily said, until 6 o'clock. So we are talking about an area of increased wind shear. Now, this is definitely not as impressive as the Coleman County storm, but we'll come back to the Coleman County storm here in just a couple of minutes. In the meantime, I'll continue to talk about this one up here since it is a brand new tornado warning. So here's what we're going to be watching, and I'm going to zoom in here. We're sitting just to the south of Tuscumbia. So if you're in Florence, if you're in Muscle Shoals, if you're in Tuscumbia, you need to be getting into your tornado safe place. We're talking about a storm that is sitting just to the southeast of Cherokee. Here's Highway 72. So we would barely just be sitting to the south of Highway 72. Now, again, this does not look near as impressive as the Coleman County storm, but it does bear some paying attention to, and my circle probably not going to work out so well. But we do see an area of increased wind shear. We do see some increased winds if we look at our velocity image. And so this is what we're going to be looking at. So again, here's Highway 72. Here's Muscle Shoals. If you're in Muscle Shoals, you need to be getting into your tornado safe place. Tuscumbia, Florence, again, all those folks need to be in their tornado safe place. I'm just using Cherokee here as a reference point. So it looks like this area is sitting directly to the south and then maybe just a little bit to the east of Cherokee. So this is radar indicated. Again, we have no confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground. But again, if you're in Muscle Shoals, if you're in Florence, if you're in Tuscumbia, you need to be getting into your tornado safe place. Looks like this storm is once again going to be moving to the northeast, eventually is going to cross Highway 72, and then eventually move into Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, and then as we head up into Florence. Emily, any quick updates on the Coleman County storm?
Yeah, I was just about to say they went ahead and went with a downstream severe thunderstorm warning for that particular storm. So that's going to go through Marshall County. It's going to include, looks like Morgan County. Looks like it's going to include Madison County as well. So Owens Crossroads area. It's going to cross over 231 and 431 heading into the Huntsville Metro. So I guess that's a little bit of good news that's coming out of this, is that they did go ahead and downstream a severe thunderstorm. But like we've been talking about, this specific storm has, it's probably gone about 100 or so miles between Tuscaloosa and Coleman. I would say it's probably about 105 to 110 miles, give or take. And that's how long that this thing has been showing areas of very strong rotation. And this particular storm has been confirmed twice as a confirmed tornado. Right now, that's not the case. That's the only new information I have on that one. But it looks like, yeah, that's the only information that I have on the Coleman one. I'm going to continue to watch it. And, of course, if I feel the need to, I'm going to interrupt Jordan if I've got any new information on it.
Yeah, so I'll continue to let Emily pay attention to that one. So like she said, just to kind of review what she said real quick, it looks like they're not going to continue the tornado warning any further to the north. Instead, they're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning, which, like she said, does include southern Madison County. So at that point, you're looking at as far south as Owens Crossroads, Hampton Cove. Those areas are going to be under the severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado warning currently in effect for Lauderdale and Colbert counties. Again, if you're in Florence, if you're in Muscle Shoals, Sheffield, Tuscumbia.
All right, Jordan, we got a new tornado warning that's going to be drawn up for the downstream of Coleman. So I don't know if that's going to replace the severe thunderstorm warning, but they are going to go ahead with a tornado warning for the downstream of this Coleman County storm that we're watching as well. They haven't They haven't drawn up the polygon quite yet. That's what they're doing. So as soon as they get that, I'll show it to you. But until then, let's focus on the Lauderdale and Colbert County tornado warning while we've got it and while Jordan's right in front of it. So I'm going to keep watching this, and if I need to interrupt, I will do so then as well.
Thank you so much, Emily. And like she said, when she gets further developments about that new tornado warning, she'll interrupt, and then I'll just let her talk. So current tornado warning in effect for Lauderdale and Colbert County. So again, Florence, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, all those folks need to be getting into your tornado safe place. So we're going to continue to zoom in here. So here's Highway 72. If you're in Town Creek, you're fine. You're outside of the tornado warning. If you're in Littleville, you're fine. You're outside of the tornado warning. Again, Cherokee, fine, outside of that tornado warning. But if you're in Florence, Sheffield, Muscle Shoals, Tuscumbia, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe place. The area of interest that we're going to be watching for the next couple of minutes is definitely going to be this area of bright green right here. We're talking about some very broad rotation, but it is rotation nonetheless, and it looks like it's getting ready to cross Highway 72. Looks like the wind shear is picking up just a little bit. Now, I was also looking a couple of minutes ago, and I'll just show you right now. I did put on the hail swath. This storm has no history of producing hail, so if we're looking at a little bit of good news, that would be the good news, that this storm isn't producing any hail, but there is the chance that this storm could produce a tornado. So something we're going to continue to watch. Again, looks like it's getting ready to cross Highway 72 and then would head up into Muscle Shoals. If you're in Florence, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe place. Muscle Shoals, again, going to want to be in your tornado safe place. Sheffield, Tuscumbia, all of those folks going to want to be in your tornado safe place. We're watching for the potential of a tornado. Now, we have no confirmed reports of a tornado on the ground, but this is something we're going to continue to pay attention to here over the next couple of minutes. Tornado warning here for Lauderdale and Colbert County. I believe that is going to run until, yes, 6 o'clock. So tornado warning for Lauderdale and Colbert County. That is going to run until 6 o'clock this evening. So we still have about another half hour on that. And then Emily said an additional tornado warning not associated with this particular part of the storm is going to be issued within the next couple of minutes. So continuing to watch some very gusty winds here, probably some very broad rotation mixed in within all of this. At the same time, we are also talking about an area of increased wind shear. I want to throw on the lightning counter because it does look like this storm has maybe intensified a little bit, but at the same time, it really doesn't look like there's a lot of lightning associated with this storm. So maybe it's beginning to weaken a little bit as it begins to cross Highway 72. I also have not seen any radar updates in the last couple of minutes. There's something I want to check here.
I was going to say, Jordan, why don't you go ahead and step off, and I'm going to talk about this because it does include the outskirts of Owens Crossroads. So go ahead and let your wife know that this is going to be headed her way potentially. So I'm going to focus on this while he, takes care of things off to the side, and this is probably going to be our main focus for the moment because we don't really have any sort of indication for the Lauderdale and Colbert one. It's really, really broad in nature. That doesn't mean I'm not going to continue to watch it. But this Coleman County one, it looks like it's starting to ramp up just a little bit more. It was confirmed as a tornado as it moved through Sipsey, Alabama, and it was a confirmed tornado off to the west of Tuscaloosa, so about Coker, Alabama. So this has shown very good, very strong rotation occasionally as this has tracked northeastward. So this particular storm, it is going to include the city of Baileyton. It's going to go right over 431. Looks like it's going to go just to the north of Gunnersville. It's going to cross over 431. It's got just the outskirts of Owens Crossroads in it. Looks like Grant, Alabama is also included in this as well. So here is that one particular, I'm actually going to swap it. I've got it on Huntsville, but I'm going to swap it back over to Birmingham just because it was showing a clearer picture with that earlier. And I just want to make sure that I'm showing you the best product that we've got. We got new information from, so the in the Slack channel, in the Huntsville channel, they're saying that the strongest part of this Coleman cell is in northeast Coleman, which is what I've got behind me. A spotter has reported possible rotation or a funnel cloud near Holly Pond. So we called Holly Pond out earlier. So Holly Pond, if you can hear me, you need to get in your safe place immediately, because this thing looks like it has just crossed over 278. It's just to the west of Holly Pond. It's just to the west of Baileyton, and then it's eventually going to make its way into Marshall County, the extreme, I would say probably extreme southeastern portion of, of Morgan County, and then of course it does have a little sliver of Madison County involved within this as well. So that's going to be the extreme southeastward portion of Madison County within this. Probably specifically the area that the Tennessee River Bridge is on, 231 coming up into Huntsville. I know that is a well-traveled road, so if you know anybody that's traveling along it right now or in the vicinity, make sure that they know about this. I'll swap it back to Huntsville because we're starting to get in the range of the Huntsville radar picking up the data a little bit better than Birmingham's. So within the past scan, it does look like it has weakened just a little bit, but when we have these reds and these green colors that start to touch, so you just saw a new scan that updated, and it still basically is holding the same. I would say that this is probably a very strong cell, considering it's held itself all the way from Tuscaloosa County to heading into Marshall County, and it's been cyclic. So we've seen it strengthen, we've seen it weakening, but this one in particular is what we've been talking about for majority of this cut-in, and it looks like I said, going to go crossing over 231. It's going to cross over 431 as well. So if you know anybody that's traveling along those roadways, you need to make sure that they know about this. It is just right outside of Baileyton, I will say. Yeah, still moving at about 55 miles per hour. So let's see. Yeah, so rotation looks about the same. It's still kind of holding its own right there. Let's go ahead and check on the Lauderdale and Colbert County storm there as well. I have to swap it back over to Columbus, Mississippi's radar because it has better range there, and everything looks pretty messy up there. It's really broad. Let me check both velocity products. So I would say it probably, if I had to guess, is somewhere around here. It's really messy at this point, but it's still broad enough that it catches the National Weather Service in Huntsville's attention, but it looks like it's just a little bit to the north of Florence. So I'm going to continue to watch that area. Haven't seen any indication that this rotation is strengthening at all, but we're going to go back down to this Coleman County storm that is just about to enter into Marshall County and make its way, it looks like, over 431 into Grant. Eventually, it's going to make its way into Grant. So if you know anybody who lives there, go ahead and give them the heads up too, because this is going to be headed in their direction, and they don't have any time to waste. They need to get into their safe space immediately. So let's swap it back over to Huntsville, get the velocity data going, and see it's still there. It's definitely not as strong as it has been, but it is still there enough for it to catch our attention. And I will put a storm track on this. They said, that's not a new warning, is it, Jordan?
Let me look real quick.
We're talking about, okay, we've got a new tornado warning coming out for a cell that's in eastern Winston, moving into
and then
north.
the tornado warning for Colbert County has been expired.
Okay. So it looks like we've got a new tornado warning that's going to be coming out for northwest Coleman. So let's see what we've got going on there. This was also, if this is the same thing that I'm thinking about, yep, it's right here. So it's right along Addison, just to the east of Double Springs. This seems like it has been the prime area, really Coleman and south, especially Tuscaloosa, especially Pickens County. So this is going to be Coleman, Limestone, and Morgan until 6:15. I think it is still radar indicated at the moment. Let me make sure before I am fully confident. Yeah, so radar indicated rotation. The storm's near Falkville and Hartselle. It's going to be around there about 5:55. And then it looks like it's going to move into Decatur and into Priceville around 6:05. So we'll need to specifically watch those areas as well. So Coleman County now has 2 separate tornado warnings, one for the northwestern side of Coleman County and one for the northeastern side of Coleman County. So let's take everything on a broader view so you can kind of get an idea of just exactly where these 2 specific cells are. So we've got this one right here that I'm circling that we're watching, and that's going to be coming into the northwestern portion of Coleman County, and it's going to go into Morgan County. And then we've got this cell right here that looks like it's about to enter into Marshall County. It looks like it's on the Morgan-Marshall County line at the moment, so it's out of Coleman. So these are the 2 areas that we're going to be focused on the most for the next couple of minutes, I would say, just because these probably are the strongest areas of rotation that we've got going on right now. Jordan, I think that's really all I've got for that at the moment. It's just we're just going to continue to watch those.
Yeah, no, it's kind of interesting what you were just talking about over the last couple of minutes. It kind of seems like as these storms have begun to move up into Coleman County and then move a little further to the northeast, it kind of seems like they've been able to hold themselves together. They've been kind of able to sustain themselves. And so as we've seen these storms move through Coleman County, so again, Emily was talking about it, we have 2 different tornado warnings in effect for Coleman County right now. So we have the first one here, and this is going to include, Emily was mentioning, this is going to include Morgan and Limestone County. This is going to run until 6:15 p.m. And then we have this other one that is going to be for Coleman County, but then it is also going to be for Madison County and Marshall County. This is going to run until 6:15 as well. So I'm going to zoom this out so you can kind of get a good picture here. And it's really kind of interesting how these 2 tornado warnings are setting themselves up. So for one, if you are in Owens Crossroads, I want you to be in your tornado safe place. Again, if you're in Owens Crossroads, I want you to be in your tornado safe place. Southern Madison County definitely need to be in your tornado safe place. So 2 different tornado warnings here, both of which look like they're going to impact different portions of Madison County pending these storms actually hold themselves together. So let's look at the 2 different areas of interest that we're going to be focusing on here over the next couple of minutes. So we have 2 different tornado warnings. So if you're in Grant, again, need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Owens Crossroads, you really need to be in your tornado safe place. I was looking and I was zooming in on Owens Crossroads really, really closely, partially because I live there. And half of Owens Crossroads is in the severe thunderstorm warning, and a portion of Owens Crossroads is in the tornado warning. At this point, don't really care about which half is which. We're talking about 2 different tornado warnings on either side of Owens Crossroads. So if you're in Owens Crossroads, you need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Woodville, technically on the outside of this tornado warning, but barely need to be in your tornado safe place. Grant, again, want to be in your tornado safe place. Gunnersville, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe place as well. Here's Highway 431 heading down into Baileyton. If you're in Baileyton, you're fine at this point. So the most interesting portion of this storm, and it's kind of interesting how it is setting up to where the most impactful part of this storm is kind of almost sitting right in the middle of the 2 different tornado warnings here. So here's tornado warning number 1, here's tornado warning number 2, and then in the middle we have the severe thunderstorm warning. The most interesting, the most impactful part of this storm is kind of sitting almost directly in the middle, getting ready to cross Highway 431, and it looks like Highway 231, excuse me. Highway 431's up here. So not yet going to cross Highway 431. Still going to cross Highway 431 within the next 5 or 10.
Real quick, Jordan, Lauderdale has been canceled.
So good news there. Tornado warning for both Lauderdale and Colbert County no longer in place. So here's Highway 431. Here's Highway 231. So most impactful part of the storm, getting ready to cross Highway 231. And then we'll cross over Highway 431, going through Owens Crossroads here within the next couple of minutes. So if you're in Grant, again, you need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're in Owens Crossroads, you need to be in your tornado safe place. If you're along Highway 231 heading into Morgan County out of Coleman County, and then heading into Morgan County, you're also going to want to be in your tornado safe place. At the same time, we also have our other tornado warning here, and it looks like the most impactful area is probably going to be still just outside of Coleman County, but it also looks like maybe it would be more advantageous for me to use the Birmingham radar. But if you're in Hartselle, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe place. It looks like another potential tornado is going to cross the I-65 corridor once again, but this time we're going to cross the I-65 corridor just a little bit further to the north, and this is eventually going to impact Decatur. This is eventually going to impact Priceville, and then into Hartselle. So if you're in Decatur, Priceville, or Hartselle, you are definitely going to want to be in your tornado safe place. So let's zoom back in on this area once again. So kind of, again, it's weird how it's almost sandwiched kind of in between the two tornado warnings. If you're in Somerville, I want you to be in your tornado safe place because the area that looks to be most impactful is actually associated with the first tornado warning that was issued. But if you're in Somerville, that area is actually really close to you. So if you're in Somerville, you need to be in your tornado safe place. And then again, Priceville, Hartselle, Falkville, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe place all the way down to South Vinemont, Coleman. I think you still need to be in your tornado safe place as well. Now, it does look like they have dropped part of Coleman County from the tornado warning. So that's certainly a little bit of good news. And it looks like this is going to be, that'll leave us just with Marshall County. Tornado warning going to run Marshall County until 6:15, but that doesn't completely pull Coleman County out of the woods. So we're looking at this other area here, closer to South Vinemont, Coleman County tornado warning, again, still going to run until 6:15. So Coleman County has been dropped from part of the tornado warning, but only part of Coleman County. Now we're looking at the northwestern part of Coleman County, South Vinemont. Coleman, once again, going to be under the gun here as another area of interest begins to slide to the northeast and eventually is going to cross the I-65 corridor. So we want to continue to pay attention to both of these. I'm going to zoom this out, zoomed in. We're going to zoom this out just real quick, and then I'm going to go ahead and throw on the radar product. And again, Emily kind of mentioned it. It's really interesting how these showers and thunderstorms move through the Tennessee Valley relatively uneventful as these showers and thunderstorms move through North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. But as they've kind of moved from the southwest up to the northeast, kind of moved into Coleman County, they were able to tap into a little bit of energy. And therefore, they've been able to sustain themselves as they've moved up into Coleman County, as they've moved up into Morgan County. And then we're also talking about southern Madison County as well. So again, a couple of different areas that we're going to continue to watch here over the next several minutes, at least through the next half hour, right? We have two tornado warnings that are in place that are going to run until 6:15 this evening. So if you're in Guntersville, in Marshall County, Guntersville, or Albertville, we're not going to be overly concerned there. It looks like this whole area is going to slide just to the north of Guntersville and Albertville. So maybe you want to be in your tornado safe place as an added precaution, but for the most part, if you're in Guntersville or if you're in Albertville, I think you're just fine. So we're going to continue to watch this area here, and I'm showing this because the wind shear is actually showing up quite nice. Now, it's not the most impressive wind shear. It's not as impressive as it has been over the last couple of hours. Again, this storm here is the exact same storm that was moving through Tuscaloosa a couple of hours ago and did a really good job at sustaining itself. So that's why I think it's really important to continue to watch this storm and continue to follow this. As a matter of fact, it's getting ready to cross Highway 231 and is probably going to cross Highway 231 within the next minute or two. And then it would cross Highway 431, and then it would impact Owens Crossroads. So they've really trimmed back this tornado warning a little bit. Still includes Owens Crossroads. So if you're in Owens Crossroads, you want to be in your tornado safe place. If you moved into your tornado safe place and you're in Grant, now you're not technically included in the tornado warning anymore, but I still think it'd be a really good idea if you were in Grant, again, just to play it safe and to be in your tornado safe place. So here's our first area that we're going to be focusing on, getting ready to cross Highway 231, should be crossing Highway 231 here in the next couple of minutes. And then I kind of want to go over here. So here's Morgan County. Morgan County going to be talking about the tornado warning that's going to run until 6:15 p.m. So if you're in Hartselle, if you're in Falkville, really along Highway 65, Interstate 65 in Morgan County, you're going to want to be in your tornado safe place. Looks like we're talking about an area of increased wind shear that is beginning to move into Coleman County, beginning to move into far southwestern Morgan County. This wind shear really not all that impressive. As a matter of fact, if I switch it over to our velocity product, you can see definitely a little bit of broad rotation thrown into the mix here. And I want to see if maybe we can get a slightly better picture painted here if we look at the Birmingham radar. No, absolutely not. That doesn't help in any way. So let's go back to the Huntsville radar and look at this, because we're at least getting some sort of indication of where we were talking about our broad rotation. So, and I'll go ahead and circle it here where we're talking about our broad rotation. So it looks like we're looking at this area. So it's far northwestern Coleman County and far southwestern Morgan County. This storm moving to the northeast. Emily, how fast are these storms moving?
50 miles per hour.
So moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. And again, these storms continue to move somewhat slowly. So flash flooding is going to continue to be a concern as these storms move through. Let's go again and look at our shear rates. So again, our area of increased wind shear does match up with our area of broad rotation there. Now, this is not the tightest rotation we've ever seen, but we are talking about some reasonable rotation here. So I think this is a storm that's really important. I think this is a storm that we should continue to watch over the next several minutes. It's probably going to be about another 10 minutes or so before it crosses the I-65 corridor. Probably going to cross the I-65 corridor somewhere near up around Falkville. Looks like the radar just updated. So we're continuing to watch this. It looks like this part of the storm is actually almost out of Coleman County. Coleman County not totally in the clear just yet. Give it another couple of minutes. Maybe give it anywhere between 3 and 5 additional minutes before this storm moves out of Coleman County. But for the most part, it looks like our area of rotation, now it's broad, so it can be somewhat difficult to see. So I'll go ahead and circle it for you. But it looks like for the most part, this area of rotation is moving up into Morgan County and then eventually going to cross the I-65 corridor. Looks like it's going to cross the I-65 corridor. Like I was just telling you a couple of seconds ago, looks like it's probably going to cross right around Falkville. If it goes a little to the north of Falkville, it would potentially cross I-65 kind of in between Falkville and Hartselle. So that's where we're at as far as Morgan County is concerned. I want to go ahead. I am trying to get my button to work. Oh, my battery died. Let me get a new clicker. That would explain why my buttons aren't working, because my battery died. Good thing I have a second clicker. This one should work just fine. Let's see if we get better results with this one. There we go. Nope, never mind. Still didn't go. Anywho, so let's continue to look at this area of interest here. We continue to watch Morgan County, southern Morgan County, northern Coleman County.
Hey, that's canceled now. Marshall, Madison, Morgan is canceled.
Okay, so they decided to go ahead and cancel that tornado warning.
I think it's the one that involves Marshall County. The one on the northwestern side of Coleman, it doesn't have it. Yeah, we've got one on the northwestern side of Coleman, and then they had that one that moved into Marshall County earlier. So that one is canceled completely, but we still have the cell that we're watching that it looks like it's just crossed over into Morgan County, Hartselle, Falkville area. Let's see. Yeah, so that looks like that's the only tornado warning that we've got going on at the moment. I know you see that little bitty box to the left of Coleman County. That's not our area. That's actually Winston County. So we'll just watch that as well to see if it does, make its way into Morgan County eventually. But As of right now, it looks like this is really the only tornado warning that we've got going on at the moment. So very broad area of rotation. And I can say, I've been watching this, and I can say with the past couple of scans that it has kind of died down in its strength just a little bit, but it's still just enough that we want to keep that tornado warning going with it. National Weather Service don't have anything else right now at the moment, but we're still going to be with you until this specific tornado warning is allowed to expire, and I think it's expiring at 6:15. So we got a little bit over 15 minutes left with this. And who knows, National Weather Service may decide to cancel it a little bit early because it is starting to broaden, and it looks like it's continuing to broaden, but that doesn't mean to let your guard down. If you're in Hartselle, if you're in Falkville, Priceville, want to go ahead and get, stay in your safe place, and I would stay in your safe space. Is that a new tornado warning? Coleman, Limestone, and Morgan? It looks like it is. Yeah, it looks like we've got a new tornado warning for, if I can get it going.
Emily, I'm going to let you figure out where that
ahead.
one is. I have a couple of questions that have been asked that I want to answer. First and foremost, a couple of folks were asking about Athens and Decatur. If you're in Decatur, maybe I want you to be in your tornado safe place, but right now you are out of the threat for that main area of interest that we're going to be watching in Morgan County. Now, if you're in Athens, you're not under a tornado warning, I don't believe, of any kind, though I believe Emily might have just mentioned Limestone County. So we'll get back. And then we actually had a question from the Owens Crossroads Police Department. They have apparently a couple of hundred people that are in a storm shelter there in Owens Crossroads. They have a storm shelter there at the Owens Crossroads City Hall. And they want to know if there's a chance that this storm could respin up as it continues to push its way to the north and head a little bit closer to Owens Crossroads. So if you're in Owens Crossroads, just because of the history that this storm has associated with it, I want to keep everybody in their storm shelters or in their tornado safe place for the next couple of minutes. But I do believe that as we head into the next 10 or 15 minutes, it would probably be safe to exit. But for the time being, let's go ahead and stay in our tornado safe places in Owens Crossroads. So if you're in Owens Crossroads, I want you to stay in your tornado safe place for the next couple of minutes. But that's likely going to change. Emily, do you have information on the brand new tornado warning?
No, it's actually not a brand new tornado warning. Sometimes the Slack will update as we get a continuation of this, and I thought that I had saw that it said cancel, but it is still the same. It is still for that specific polygon, Limestone, Coleman, and Morgan until 6:15. So nothing new. This is just the same old tornado warning polygon that we've been tracking. Hasn't been extended yet. No indication whether it will be extended further into Madison County, but this is what we've got going on right now for it at the moment. So nothing new with that. Not a new tornado warning. Just want to clarify that real quick. But we're still going to track that broad area of rotation, and it looks like it's just to the west of Falkville. So Hartselle, definitely want to stay in your safe place. Falkville, Somerville, I'll circle it for you right here so you can get a better idea of where we're watching for this specific area of rotation, and we have been watching it. Still is really broad in nature, but there's still enough indication of rotation on our velocity data that, we're still going to pay attention to it. National Weather Service is still going to pay attention to it. But this is looking like this is all we've got so far tornado warning wise. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning off on the eastern side of this tornado warning, but that's really all we've got going on at the moment. So Hartselle, Falkville, Somerville, Priceville, you want to stay in your safe place. If you're not there, you need to get to it immediately. Just because we keep talking about how it's broadening up doesn't mean that it can't cause a little bit of damage, especially, if it contains gusty winds. We could potentially be dealing with gusty winds, 60, maybe even 70 miles per hour, and that can still do a little bit of damage. So we're not only dealing with this tornado threat, we're also dealing with a wind threat today. We're going to have to continue to watch for that as well. But the past couple of scans that I've seen, this thing, it looks like it's really just staying the same at this point. Not seeing any sort of strengthening with it. But yeah, Jordan, this is all that I've got so far on that, but that's a good thing that I don't have a lot of information on this. This is what we kind of want as we transition into tonight. And hopefully this rain, which we think it is going to work in our favor just a little bit, in keeping things to not go as explosive and as widespread as what we were expecting later today. But I'm going to continue to watch this behind the scenes, make sure, National Weather Service in Huntsville isn't saying anything that I need to relay to you. So I'm going to go ahead and throw things back to Jordan. And, of course, if I need to interrupt, I will interrupt Jordan.
So continuing to watch the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect. Strongest part of this storm kind of beginning to move through Owens Crossroads as we speak. Here's Highway 431. So the folks in Owens Crossroads obviously wanting to come out of their tornado shelters. I think they can do that here in the next couple of minutes. But at the same time, we do still have the tornado warning at play here. And Emily was talking about this. Still looks like it covers a portion of Coleman County. And then we're talking about Morgan. We're talking about Morgan County. That's going to run until 6:15. And then we're also talking about, again, Morgan County. That's going to run until 6:15. So, and again, these are just radar indicated. We have no confirmed reports of any sort of tornado on the ground. If you're in Decatur, Priceville, Hartselle, you need to be in your tornado safe place. Had a lot of questions about Athens. If you're in Athens.
Hey, they're about to cancel the tornado warning, Jordan.
Oh, okay. Well, that's definitely some good news. So we can focus mostly on the severe thunderstorm warning. And you should still pay attention, right? If you're in Decatur, Priceville, or Hartselle, you should still pay attention. This is still a very strong thunderstorm that is currently moving through the area. Now, let's go back to our other storm here.
It's officially canceled.
And the tornado warning is officially canceled. So let's go back to our other storm. So here's Highway 231, and then here's Highway 431 moving through Owens Crossroads. So here's the strongest part of this storm right here. So again, if you're in Owens Crossroads, I still think you should be in your tornado safe place, and you're only going to be there for another couple of minutes. Now, there's no definite signs of rotation. There's, as a matter of fact, no tornado warning associated with this storm. But just because of the nature of this storm and this storm's history, if you're in Owens Crossroads, if you're anywhere near Owens Crossroads, I want you to be in your tornado safe place. Even if you're in Gurley, it would probably be a good idea if you're in Gurley to get into your tornado safe place or to think about getting into your tornado safe place. Getting a report out of Lauderdale County that folks in Lexington are reporting some thunderstorm wind damage, apparently a number of trees being knocked over there. So if you're in Gurley, I want you to think about getting into your tornado safe place. Again, strongest part of this storm beginning to move through Owens Crossroads and should be crossing Highway 431 here sooner rather than later. Again, no signs that this storm is rotating, so definitely a little bit of good news there, but we are definitely going to be talking about some heavy rain, some gusty winds, and a little bit of thunder and lightning. Now, the lightning is definitely backed off as far as this storm is concerned. So that's definitely a little bit of good news that the lightning is backed off a little bit. That would show some pretty obvious signs that we're talking about a little bit of weakening. So again, a little bit of good news there. We're talking about activity that has potentially moved into a rain-cooled environment. And when you're getting that activity that's moved into a rain-cooled environment, again, it's really going to be hard for these storms to sustain themselves. And maybe I'll have Emily talk about that a little more here in just a little bit. So let's zoom things out. Let's look at the entire Tennessee Valley as a whole, and then we'll come back to our area of interest. So currently, right now, Emily, we still have the severe thunderstorm warning, right? Or did that get canceled?
That's also canceled.
Oh, okay.
So we have no active warnings right now in the Tennessee Valley.
Well, that's good. So no active warnings right now in North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. And it was interesting that I was just talking about this area that was beginning to push through Owens Crossroads and 431, South Huntsville, heading into Gurley. It's interesting that I was noting that this area was showing a little less lightning. So at this point, if you're in Gurley, if you're in Woodville, if you're in South Huntsville, if you're in Owens Crossroads, I do believe at this point then it would be safe to come out of your tornado safe place. Now understand that the most intense part of this thunderstorm still kind of on the west side of Highway 431. So do with that information what you will. Kind of crossing Highway 431 right now, kind of in between Huntsville and Owens Crossroads. So the stronger part of this storm kind of moving through the western part of Owens Crossroads, and then currently crossing 431 kind of in between Huntsville and Owens Crossroads, sitting just to the west of Gurley, and then maybe eventually moving into Woodville. At the same time, it also looks like this storm could completely bypass Woodville. So if you're in Gurley, if you're in Woodville, if you're in Owens Crossroads, maybe some folks in South Huntsville, at this point, I do believe that it would be safe to come out of your tornado safe place. Again, I saw the Owens Crossroads Police Department was asking a question and wondering if they could let people out of their tornado safe place. And at this point, I do believe that it would probably be safe to let people out of their tornado safe place. So I kind of want to zoom things out, and I want to look at things as a whole, because what we've seen over the last couple of minutes, and maybe Emily can speak to this because she has really been paying a lot of attention to the storms further south of the Tennessee Valley. So if we zoom things out and look at the Tennessee Valley as a whole, and then if we move things to the south, let me just zoom this out as a matter of fact. So Emily, am I correct? And again, you have been paying attention, kind of Coleman County points to the south much more than I have today. At this point, there's not even any active watches or warnings. Coleman County points to the south, right?
Yes, that's correct. We still do have the PDS tornado watch, but other than that, that's really all that we've got going on at the moment.
So definitely a little bit of good news there, because there was also additionally a little while ago, behind the original tornado warning that prompted us to break into programming again, there was another storm that was holding itself together, another one that Emily was kind of watching behind the scenes there, and it looks like that one has eventually fizzled itself out. So no active watches or warning. Well, we do have the tornado watch. That is still in effect across the Tennessee Valley. My apologies about that. No active warnings across the Tennessee Valley. At this point, what we're looking at across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee, is just a lot of rain and some embedded thunderstorms. Now, at this point, you know, I think it's going to continue to be difficult, and we kind of saw this. So the storms were able to tap into a little bit of energy down in Coleman County, right? But then kind of once they moved north of Coleman County, they moved into that area that had been rain-cooled, that had seen a lot of rain very early this morning, and then saw a lot of rain through the early part of this afternoon. So once those storms kind of moved out of Coleman County, it was really difficult for them to sustain themselves. And we kind of saw that. And so I think we're going to continue to see that over the next several minutes. I should probably, assuming she's watching, text my wife and tell her she can come out of the closet now. Because I sent my wife and my best friends, obviously, into their tornado safe place. And they might like to know that they can come out of their tornado safe place. Yes, if you're in Owens Crossroads, you can come out of your tornado safe place. No active warnings across the Tennessee Valley, but we are definitely talking about some stronger thunderstorms, and we're going to continue to watch those. Though I feel like we can also proceed with a level of confidence in saying that a lot of the area is becoming rain-cooled. And so it's going to be harder to get development. Emily, have we gotten any further updates from the National Weather Service?
All that they have been talking about as of right now, I'm trying to read this as a whole because they do use a lot of meteorological terms in this. So if I break it down for you, they're basically saying that the parameters for severe weather, they're gradually becoming lesser and lesser conducive for tornadoes. Read that post about Owens Crossroad in the Huntsville chat, please, Jordan.
Okay.
So like they're saying that they're agreeing that they think that the severe threat is going to be decreased just a little bit because we do have the rain-cooled air behind us, but we still are going to be watching as that main line begins to move through. If we start to see any supercell development, we'll have to watch those for potential rotation along that as well. Now, rainfall rates are going to continue to be high throughout the rest of this system, so flooding is going to continue to be a threat as well. And we're still going to deal with a little bit of damaging wind gusts potentially. But I want to go ahead and break things down, talk about what all we've got going on right now. So our current temperatures, we saw a high temperature today right around 75 in Huntsville. So just since this rain has moved through, we're sitting at 65 right now in Huntsville. So temperatures have started to cool off a little bit because, well, the sun is starting to set or has set. We've got that cloud deck still going, and we've got the rain-cooled atmosphere. But dew points are still a little bit, they're still sitting in those low 60s, which kind of makes me think that we do still have a little bit of moisture that we could potentially squeeze out a tornado warning or two as that main line starts to move through later tonight. In fact, I'll show you, just how potent the system is and how huge it is. So that main line is going to start to cross over the Mississippi-Alabama state line, I would probably say within the next 30 minutes or so. And then back behind that, as the system continues to move eastward, it looks like we might be able to start clearing counties west to east because I think by that point our severe weather threat is going to be over. We're definitely not expecting this to go into the very early morning hours of Sunday. Potentially this thing looks like it could end around 11 o'clock, maybe midnight, but we're not expecting this to be a nocturnal event, which what we saw earlier this morning. We're not expecting it to go that long till about 3 a.m., 4 a.m. And if trends continue, we may continue to see that severe threat decrease a little bit as well. We just got a notification that the tornado shelter at City Hall is full per the officers at the shelter. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention as well. But that's at Owens Crossroads. So like Jordan said, Owens Crossroads is no longer in the tornado warning, so they're free to come out if they choose to. I know some people get, storm anxiety. It's high. It's really high today, so they may just want to hang out in the storm shelter. That's completely fine too, but if you want to leave, you do have the all clear to be able to leave that tornado shelter if you want to. So let's check our power outages real quick because we were reporting on a little bit of power outages. Yeah, so Coleman County's got about 1,000 without power right now, customers. If I had to guess, it's probably where those areas for where we had those tornado warnings, where we had those two cells that moved through. It's probably areas surrounding that. And then, of course, Florence has about 1,500 customers without power. And if we go further into Tennessee, Pulaski has about 600 customers without power. So it's not a widespread issue by any means, power outage wise. But as of right now, we have no active warnings on our FOX54 radar at the moment, but we still do have that PDS tornado watch that's going to be in effect. I wouldn't be surprised if it was allowed to be canceled a little bit early, but of course we're still going to be with you for that as well. We just got a new notification from National Weather Service in Huntsville, Jordan, so I'm going to read that and look at things behind the scenes if you don't mind to take over for that for a little bit.
Yeah, so let's go back and look at the radar once again. Let Emily read the latest from the National Weather Service office here in Huntsville. Once again, no active warnings across North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. We had a pretty intense thunderstorm move through southern Madison County just a couple of minutes ago. Elsewhere across the area, we are talking about some stronger thunderstorms. But at the same time, we're also not talking about any severe weather across the Tennessee Valley. So that is definitely a little bit of good news as we get ready to get to right around 6:15 p.m. So we have no severe thunderstorm warnings. We have no tornado warnings. Now, like Emily said, we do still have the tornado watch that is in effect for North Alabama, southern Middle Tennessee. But at this point, becoming much less confident that we're going to see that development, much less confident that we're going to see the violent long track tornadoes. At this point, it would appear that if we're going to get anything across the Tennessee Valley, It would be kind of that quick spin up variety. As far as a tornado is concerned, it might quickly spin up, stick around for a couple of radar scans, and then immediately dissipate. So I think that's that's the situation we're going to end up putting ourselves in as we head into the middle and later part of the evening, because Emily was showing you our current temperatures across the Tennessee Valley, and they've really dropped over the last couple of hours. So we're talking about a lot of rain-cooled air. So we're really beginning to get into a point in the evening where it's really going to be hard for anything to sustain itself as we go through the next several minutes. Not even the next several minutes, but the next couple of hours. So as our environment continues.
We've got a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to go out. It looks like it's going to be for Madison County. So this looks like it's going to be near Somerville. Now they do have a tour possible tag with this just because there's a very, very, very small indication of broad rotation, but they're really going severe with this because of the hail and the damaging wind gusts we could potentially see out of that. So we just got a new update actually with this scan, and it's broadened even more with that as well. So let's go ahead and, well, my pencil is still on, so let's move up here because we're going to be still dealing with this severe thunderstorm. This one is also, this one's until 7:15. So we're going to watch that area of broad rotation that's down towards Somerville, and then we're going to watch this severe thunderstorm warning that is for, it looks like it actually includes Jackson, a little bit of Jackson County too. So Madison and Jackson County, the severe thunderstorm warning, we're going to keep our eyes on that and make sure that it behaves, and probably going to have a little bit of hail with it, and it's probably going to have some damaging wind gusts with it. I'm going to comb through the chat real quick, the National Weather Service chat, to make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, so they're going to include a tour possible tag with that that specific severe thunderstorm warning because of that little bit of broad rotation. But then we're also watching in Morgan County, there is also a little bit of broad rotation down there as well, but it has since dissipated. Not really a concern at the moment. Really, we're just going to be dealing with this severe thunderstorm warning for the time being. And like I said, it looks like it's going to expire right around 7:15. So a little bit of over an hour and a minute if you want to be precise, until this severe thunderstorm warning is going to be allowed to expire. But other than that, I don't have anything else for you. I'm going to keep my eyes on those areas of broad rotation that I had mentioned earlier. And Jordan's going to talk more about this severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for, looks like it's going to be Madison and Jackson counties. Now, like Emily said, they did include the tornado possible tag, but that's to account for a little bit of broad rotation. For the most part, this severe thunderstorm warning has been issued mostly to account for the threat of gusty damaging winds and then hail. Now, this does not actually impact the Huntsville metro area. At this point, where the most impactful part of this storm is sitting just to the east of the Huntsville metro area. There's a little bit of lightning associated with this storm, but it's not overly impressive. So while severe, I believe I believe that this storm is probably not going to strengthen anymore. Now, of course, it could, but at the same time, I also think it's entering an environment that is not necessarily favorable for the development of much in the way of any severe weather. So we want to be mindful of that as well. I want to go back and, not necessarily back, but I want to look at the hail potential. Not really a lot of hail at all associated with the storm. As a matter of fact, the storm does not have a history of producing any hail, which means these storms are not really able to build up much in altitude. In order for hail to develop, you have to get a thunderstorm that is able to build up in altitude. And that's just simply not really something we're seeing at this point in the evening. So definitely a little bit of good news there, but we are going to be talking about some pockets of very heavy rain. We're going to be talking about some gusty winds. Chloe, I think we might have some cameras up here, northern Madison County, kind of heading on the border of Jackson County. If you want to give those a peruse, I'll trust your better judgment at picking an acceptable one that looks like it's showing something that's going on. So we're going to continue to watch this severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the National Weather Service did include the tornado possible tag with this severe thunderstorm warning, but this is mostly to account for the broad rotation. Emphasis here on broad rotation. So just something to continue to pay attention to. Otherwise, we do still have the tornado watch that is in effect for all of North Alabama, southern and middle Tennessee, with the exception of Giles County. Giles County no longer sitting under the tornado watch. They were dropped a couple of hours ago at this point, as a matter of fact. So a little bit of good news there for our friends up in Giles County. So the severe thunderstorm warning that we currently have is really the only warning that is currently in place across North Alabama, southern middle Tennessee. Otherwise, we're just talking about a lot of very heavy rain. And let's go through some of those rainfall totals. We've seen a lot of rain here over the last several hours. We'll run rainfall totals over the last 24 hours or so.
Hey, while you're speaking about rain totals, we just got a notification from Huntsville. Let me actually go back so I can read it all. It's Huntsville, Madison County EMA, that the intersection of Bob Wade and Mount Lebanon is flooded. And I have a feeling we're going to be dealing with that a lot tonight as we continue to see these very heavy and very rapid rainfall rates across the Tennessee Valley. But that's the only flood report I've got as of late. So I'll continue to watch those as well.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with Emily that I think that's really, and we were talking about this a little while ago, I think that's going to be a really big problem over the next several hours. We have received a lot of rain. So yeah, let's go back and let's talk about some of those rainfall totals and kind of hit on some of those. So here's what I can do is I can pinpoint some of these rainfall totals, and I believe we're looking at rainfall totals over the last 24 hours at this point. So let's highlight some of our areas. Here we are right along the I-65 corridor, 4.7 inches of rain. I believe I was looking at the last 24 hours, which I can probably pull close to the last 12. Yep, so I was looking at the last 24 hours. So we're looking at 24-hour rainfall totals. And again, a lot of this rain started early this morning, somewhere between 2 and 5 o'clock in the morning across North Alabama, southern and middle Tennessee. But we have seen a lot of rain, 3 to 4 inches of rain here over in northeast Alabama. Once again, we're talking about 4 inches of rain locally as we head into some of these deeper reds. I may have not done a good job at pinpointing exactly. We're probably talking about closer to 5 inches of rain as we head up into Fayetteville in southern and middle Tennessee. There we're talking about consistently 5 to 5.5 inches of rain up in Lincoln County in southern and middle Tennessee. So flooding is going to remain a really big problem. We can even head down here down to Coleman County and kind of pinpoint that 3.5 to 4 inches of rain near Coleman County. And if we head towards Albertville, 2.5 to 3 inches of rain. So we have seen significant rainfall across the Tennessee Valley, and a lot of this is thanks to what we saw this morning. Then we saw some rain through the course of the afternoon, and now we're continuing to talk about rain this evening. So I agree with Emily that as we continue to push further into the evening, we're going to kind of begin to transition a little bit. And instead of talking about a threat for severe weather across the Tennessee Valley, we're going to begin to talk about more of a flooding concern across the Tennessee Valley. So the severe weather threat is probably going to continue to diminish. As a matter of fact, kind of looks like we're trying to dry out across northwest Alabama, at least trying a little bit. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for Madison and Jackson counties. That's going to run until 7:15. And the big concern there definitely going to be the heavy rain and the gusty winds. The heavy rain, which of course is going to lead to a little bit of flooding, especially here where we're talking about these pockets very heavy rainfall across northern Madison County and then heading into Jackson County. We're also still talking about frequent thunder and lightning. So that's something we're also going to want to pay attention to. As a matter of fact, I think it's worth a note that the lightning can be incredibly dangerous. We have a couple of reporters who went out to Lawrence County a little while ago, and they sent back some pictures, and I posted those pictures on my Facebook page, Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman, but there was actually an apartment complex in Lawrence County that was struck by lightning earlier this afternoon, and the pictures there are actually really impactful. So if you want to go check those out on my Facebook page, Chief Meteorologist Jordan Dressman. And do we have a thing? I guess the number is right there at the bottom of the screen. But if you'd like to send us your weather photos, you can just simply text us your weather photos. Again, the number's right there on the bottom of your screen. The number is 256-382-2692. There it is, much bigger version. 256-382-2692. We would greatly appreciate it if you'd send us your weather photos. But of course, we only want you to do that if it is 100% safe to do so. We greatly appreciate that. We really like it when we get those storm reports. That actually helps us a great deal. So if you, I have been told that we have those photos of the apartment. So if we could show those, that would be greatly appreciated. I didn't know we had these photos. So yeah, a couple of our reporters went out this afternoon to go cover this. This is, again, an apartment that was actually struck by lightning. So I certainly don't want to downplay the lightning threat, because this is definitely some significant damage. And we can go through these photos a couple of times as I talk about this, Chloe, please, and thank you. Again, this is some real significant damage that wasn't the result of wind damage. It wasn't the result of hail damage or even a tornado. This is simply the result of a building getting struck by lightning. And this is a lot of really significant damage to whoever lived here, their belongings, and obviously where they call home. So this is definitely something we don't want to take lightly when we're talking about lightning, because this is just one lightning strike on someone's home, and their home has taken on significant damage. So I certainly don't want to downplay the lightning threat, because as you can see here, it can do some significant damage. And again, I'll share the number one more time with you. If you have any damage of any kind, a tree falling over, even if it's a tree falling over, we would love to get that information so that we can share it with you. And then you can also get a list of storm shelters texted right to your phone as well. The same number will do all the things. You can text 256-382-2692. You can text us with your storm photos or your storm reports, but you can also text the word shelter to 256-382-2692, and then you'll get a comprehensive list of storm shelters sent to your location or sent to your phone. And I know that can be incredibly helpful. So let's go back to the radar. We're going to continue to look at this. We're going to continue to watch this severe thunderstorm warning. Though it looks like the storm associated with this severe thunderstorm warning has backed off quite significantly. Otherwise, elsewhere across the Tennessee Valley, kind of looks like we're just talking about some heavy rain. I do have the lightning markers turned on, and really there's not even a lot of lightning across the Tennessee Valley. So I'm going to give it over to Emily. I want her to kind of recap. I want her to talk about the environment we have in place now, and then what she thinks we're going to end up getting over the next couple of hours, really, as we approach 6:30.
So, we've been talking about how this rain has kind of helped to stabilize our atmosphere just a little bit, and that's what we were hoping for, and it looks like we're starting to see that trend. It looks like, let's see, I just got a new notification from the National Weather Service. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. It looks like that we're going to start to see some clearing happen on the extreme western side of the Tennessee Valley. So within the next probably hour to 2 hours, Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties going to see much calmer conditions, and their severe weather threat is going to exponentially decrease as we gradually move into that clearing phase. But this widespread rainfall is just going to continue to potentially lead to flash flooding issues across the area. Let's see if I can actually pull up our flash flood warnings, because we do have, I think we do have a couple of those across, yeah, so let me turn the watches off so you'll be able to see it a little bit better. But our flood warnings are going to be the flashing green polygon that you see. That's a flash flood warning. And of course, we still do have that flood watch. It's Tennessee Valley wide, so aerial. That's going to continue into tomorrow, just because this rain is expected to linger into tomorrow as well. So here we've got that flash flood warning. It goes through, it looks like Morgan, Coleman, Marshall, Madison, Jackson counties, and then we've got another flash flood warning that's Lauderdale, Limestone, Colbert, and Franklin counties. So we're going to continue to watch for a flooding threat heading into the next couple of hours as this rain continues to, fall. It's falling at a really heavy rate in some locations, and this storm really is kind of taking its time. The system is kind of taking its time a little bit. It's not a fast-moving system like what we saw the last time by any means. I think we've actually got flood video from Limestone County. Do we have that, Chloe? Ready to go? Okay, so we want to talk about this flood video. Like we said, it's in Limestone County. This was from the District 4 County Commissioner. Limestone County is one of those counties that is within the flash flood warning. So there you have it. That is a perfect example of flash flooding. It just goes right over the roadways, and it's going to continue to pond in the ditches and potentially keep running over roadways, certainly if we continue to have the amount of rainfall that we're going to continue to have for the next couple of hours. So a flooding threat is what we're going to watch for. Of course, we're still going to watch to see if we do have any sort of rotation within some of these cells that do decide to develop throughout the next couple of hours or so. But really all we've got is that severe thunderstorm warning that you see flashing right behind me. I think that's set to expire, let's see if I can put a time on it, right around 7:15. So that's going to be for Madison and Jackson counties. And that's more than likely going to be for damaging wind gusts and heavy rainfall, and a little bit of hail going to be associated with that as well. So flash flooding, we've got that aerial flood watch. We still have a wind advisory that's going to be in effect until tomorrow, because outside of this system, we could potentially see wind gusts of around 30 to maybe even 40 miles per hour. So we're going to be watching for that as well. But I think I can confidently say that it does look like our severe threat is starting to decrease just a little bit. It's not me saying we won't see another tornado warning throughout the next couple of hours, but it does look like the rainfall is starting to work in our favor by providing us that rain-cooled air and kind of keeping the moisture out a little bit. Jordan, do you have anything else that you want to add to my flooding rant that I just went on?
Yeah, no, I think that's really important to talk about. And as a matter of fact, if we could, Chloe, do we have that video one more time again? I want to show it because I think that's going to bring about a really big issue over the next couple of hours. I also sent Emily a text, and I want to give her time to read that. So let's take that video again. Again, this comes from the District 4 County Commissioner over in Limestone County. They posted this to her Facebook page. Thank you so much, or at least posted. I don't know if it was to Facebook. But I think we're going to get a lot of this as we head into the overnight. Again, we have gotten a lot of rain across the Tennessee Valley. So it is about 6:30. Dark is going to set in soon. Sunset's going to be right around 6:55, 6:56. So this is going to become even more problematic as we head into the overnight, right? Where we're just simply not going to be able to see a lot of these flooded waters. You might think, oh, it's a smaller puddle, I can drive through it. No, that's not the case. I know it's such a cliche thing to say, the whole turn around, don't drown thing. But it's really valid, especially in times like this, when we're talking about really significant rainfall across the Tennessee Valley. So that's something I want you to be mindful of as we head into the overnight, and then maybe even as we head into the earliest hours of Sunday morning. I've also been told that we have a photo out of Athens that shows some more of the flooding. Let's go ahead and take that now. I'm not entirely sure where in Town Creek. So thank you so much. So again, some very serious flooding. That looks like it might be a slightly more low-lying area, but again, it's really proving the point that we have seen some significant rainfall across the Tennessee Valley. In some cases, we're talking 4.5, 5, close to 5.5 inches of rain. That is a lot of rain. And really, I can confidently say that I didn't really think we were going to get that much rain. So considering that I've shown you some photos, and we'll post more photos to fox54.com and our Facebook pages, but we have this one weakening severe thunderstorm warning up in northern Madison County. Other than that, the threat for severe weather is going to continue to diminish across the Tennessee Valley over the next several hours. Now, that's not to say that we couldn't get something to spin up maybe as we head into the later part of the evening, but as we continue to get more rain across the Tennessee Valley, that threat is going to continue to go down, and we're going to continue to monitor the flooding threat as we head into the overnight. So we're going to continue to watch this. We're going to continue to watch and see how these storms do kind of behind the scenes. But for the time being, I'll go ahead and send you back over to regular programming.